body is my serenity. Sweet melodies I hear when you kiss me, just like the first time. Do you remember the first time? 'Cause I do, it was so damn amazing. And that's why I'm still in love with you. I still care for you. You are more than the one for me. You are too much of a blessing. And I'm overwhelmed. You bring heaven to hell. Yes, you bring heaven to hell. Oh, yes, you do. You are too much of a blessing. So baby, can you touch me? 'Cause I still feel like I'm dreaming. Yes, boy, you got me feeling. And I already had you on. Hey, you opened your heart for me to come in, just like the very first night. Do you remember the first night? Hell yes I do, it was so damn amazing. And that's why I'm still in love with you. I still care for you. You are more than the one for me. You are too much of a blessing. And I'm overwhelmed. You bring heaven to hell. Yeah, yes, you bring heaven to hell. Oh, yes, you do. You are too much of a blessing. And I'm overwhelmed. You bring heaven to hell. Yeah, yeah, you bring heaven to hell. Oh, yes, you do. You are too much of a blessing. And I'm overwhelmed.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Summer nights, drinking wine by the fire, catching no, 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 no. You're looking good. Wish I could tell you I was yours, but I get high every night when I'm all alone, just to help me forget that I'm feeling low. Told you I was doing fine. It's a lie. You should know. And if you want the truth, well, I'm still in love with you. No matter what I don't know, I'm still in love with you.
Myself, I don't care who you with, I'm always in my mind. Yeah. Oh. Picture you making love to someone else.
Tell me why.
I get drunk to shut up all these memories. And I wake up and they come running back to me. So had your fun giving up, I guess you won. And I'm in so love.
And I'm acting a fool, 'cause I'm still in
The link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
You stay all my life, all day. I love the way you play that guitar for me. Let's play together. Love me so liberally. You ain't no typical lover. Don't take me literally. It's metaphysical, chemical love. Don't go away, baby. Come in, love me, oh. You know I love you, baby. You know I love you, baby. You know I love you, baby. God knows I love you, baby. You know I love you, baby. You know I love you, baby. You know I love you, baby. God knows I love you, baby. Hold me in your arms, baby. Touch me the way, the same way you strum the string. I get a feeling now, happiness when we're together. No place I'd rather be. Wish we could have this forever. Calling you for it. Too good to ignore. I'd rather be with you. Passion approach. You got me open. Let's paint a picture. Tell me so liberally. You ain't no typical love, but don't take me literally. It's metaphysical, chemical love. You know I love you, baby. You know I love you, baby. You know I love you, baby. God knows I love you, baby. You know I love you, baby. You know I love you, baby. You know I love you, baby. God knows I love you, baby. Take me to a place of ecstasy. And I love the way you put your love all over me. Let your colors blend with mine. We can create a love divine. And I'm here, I'll carry on your legacy. Boy, you know I love you. I love you. You know I love you. I love you. You know I love you, baby. You know I love you, baby. You know I love you, baby. God knows I love you, baby. You know I love you, baby. You know I love you, baby. You know I love you, baby. God knows I love you, baby. You know I love you, baby. You know I love you, baby. You know I love you, baby. God knows I love you, baby.
Rosinha uli die sombrancelten maakt. E zu i te saluda antes di niga. Radzauds and malak estrezas durante in todo il memu. A nogi distancia como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi con una sugi airi preba tu la noci 나의 banderata caigui, pues atan fani bandera, kau esta pagua pumalala, giluk tanu man libri, sentamiti man ko badi.
Fanogi chamoru Puritanota Kantai matuno Nyagi toru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria Abiba islas en para Paraiona, Parai gloria, abiba islas en para. Toru y tempo y paz, paraíso, zangin y la bendición. Contra peligro, nada sofuam, Deus proteis landon. Contra peligro, nada sofuam, Deus proteis landon.
Just make sure that it's worth the while and that it feels alright. All good vibes. So won't you fly? It's alright, everything will be okay. When the sunrise, dark turns to light. Even when nothing is going your way. When the sun sets, don't get upset. So won't you fly? It's up to you what you wanna do in this lonely summer night. Just make sure that it's worth the while and that it feels alright. All good vibes. So won't you fly? So won't you fly?
So won't you fly?
So won't you fly?
So won't you fly over me, over me?
Good morning, Guam. Badness Friday, woohoo!
I've never actually seen someone be able to sustain like a note or a sound for that long, but actually gas out in the beginning. You kind of lost it there.
Oh, I wasn't ready. Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning, Jason. Good morning, Joe, sir, with the outside cam there. How's the weather out there, Joe?
Morning, boss.
Looks good?
Very nice.
Very beautiful. Beautiful day. Any day. Like a friend of mine says, any day above ground is a good day. And here we are. It's Friday, February 19th. First off, there's a big press conference this afternoon.
There is.
2 p.m. Spoiler alert, they're going to declare P-Core 3 In
First,
case,
first Friday of Lent.
right?
Yeah.
Yep. So we were kind of talking here. Is it a fishy Friday or not?
I thought that it was. I mean,
I'm just in the habit of Fridays during Lent. It gets fishy.
yeah. Link fam, you guys need to help us out with this one because
Yeah, Link fam.
because Chris was just asking. I was actually convinced that every Friday in Lent,
That's just what I thought.
You cannot eat meat. Joser was saying that you're only not supposed to eat meat on Ash Wednesday.
Well,
and-
because he already
and
ate
Good Friday.
spam this morning.
Oh,
What
so
is
he's
he going to
making-
say?
he's
He already
making an excuse.
partook of the flesh of the animals. So I hope for his sake, for his eternal soul, that we're able to eat meat. I don't know, just the way I was raised, Jay, it was always Friday. But part of that was to my grandma, so she would always eat like fish on Fridays during Lent. And so I don't know if just because she was like hardcore and that, I got stuck in my mind. But I'm talking the Antigua style, like, I'm not talking about no BK Big Fish, which is great. I'm pretty sure my grandma would have loved it. I'm talking about sardines in tomato sauce.
Or when they fry the fish so much it begins to curl at the end. You see like the head and the tail almost touch.
It's like chips.
Yeah.
Memories.
But you know what? Today is a very special day because it is the first Friday of Lent, of course. But also there is a new delivery service, Chris.
Yes,
on
there
the
is,
island.
Jay. This is awesome. Uno, go.
Yeah, and because our friends at Uno Go, they asked us to give them a little plug, and because it is the first Friday of Lent, you might be wanting fish. You might be working remotely. You might be stuck at the office. You might be going around, and you're not gonna be home where you can make a call, but you'll be home later. So our friends at Uno Go, check them out. Their website is uno-go.com. As soon as I'm finished yakking, I'm gonna put the URL in the comments so you guys can check it out. But uno-go.com. They're a brand new delivery service on Guam, and because it is the beginning of the Lenten season, if you guys want to order fish, or even if you're not Catholic, if you just want a really good meal for lunch or dinner, you can order ahead. And if you use the promo code when you order, Chris, they actually hit us up and they said,
Nice.
we want to offer your listeners and your viewers something. So if you guys want to make an order, use LINK100,
There you go.
LINK100. The first 100 people to redeem that code, 0 delivery fees. It's
Yeah.
a special they're kicking off the Lenten season right here on this show.
Link 100. We got our own promo code, Joe. We made it. It's a big time now.
Top of the world, ma!
There you go. Doesn't get any better. It's a rarefied air up here. So yeah, it's Link 100. They'll waive the delivery fee. It's 100% free delivery on any meal from any participating vendor. And Jay, they've got just a ton of venders.
Yeah,
We got
they
that
do.
graphic. We can pop it up.
Yeah, let me grab my iPad.
Okay, right on. He's just gonna grab his iPad, guys. He's just gonna go grab his iPad. The 627. The link is brought to you by Cabo Enterprises. Carrier 647 Cool and IT&E. Also, shout out to our friends over at Burger King, where we just had talked about it a few minutes ago. The BK Big Fish, which is absolutely delicious, super yummy, like my daughter says. Fish sandwich available everywhere. Okay, they've also got the Impossible Whopper, guys. If you want to, do a little faux meat action. God knows, God is keen on the vegan, right? He got the memo about the vegan and the vegetarian, so you're not going to get struck down by lightning. He's like, oh no, angels, that's the Impossible Whopper. It's not meat, guys. There was a newsletter. So yeah, check it out, BK Big Fish or the Impossible Whopper, 628. A lot of things happening on the show this morning. We'll get right to that, but first let's go ahead and get to Jason, who now has his iPad.
Yes. Okay. I'm back. And Joseph, you got me on screen share? Okay, let me all right, so here we are. So oh wait, you don't want to show that. Let me log in first. Yeah.
Yeah. Whoa.
Definitely don't want to screen share the
Easy on the
login.
screen share, guys. I know what Jason be watching.
Yeah. Oh no, here we are. Okay. You got me, Joseph? All right. So our
Don't be-
friends
don't
over
be-
at Uno Go. So again, first Friday of Lent, if you guys want a really good hot meal delivered to your office, to your school, to your house, make sure to check it out. So here is the website right now. We want to show you guys exactly what they have now. It says closed right now because we're coming to you. The only people that are up right now is the Link fam, us in the studio, and the chickens right now. But if you use the promo code, once again, LINK 100. Check us out. We got Kings. We've got Guam meal prep. So that means you can order more than one. Pyology would be good today. I like Pyology. Well, did they make a fish pizza or just get like straight up cheese?
You can just get some cheese and veggies.
There you go. Olive Garden is there. Oh, Italian would be good for lunch. Hambros, you know, the premium hamburger company.
Well, they got the cafeteria. Dude, they got Katsu Green Door.
Nice. Okay, we're going through this. You can do Thai. You can look at all these vendors. And again, if you use the promo code LINK100, LINK100, when you check out, 0 delivery fees for the first 100 people to order on this. If you just want a Fizz & Co., there you go. Get one of the. That's one of those kind of like the old sock hop, you know, soda fountain restaurants. Like it's
Soda fountain.
Yeah, it's really throwback. It's super cool.
Let's go to the hop. Yeah, it's cool. It's retro. And they got little games in there.
Was that from Greece?
It's a 50s song.
Okay, well, were you thumbs up or thumbs down on Sha Na Na?
I like Grease.
Dude, I love Bowser. Do you remember Sha Na Na?
I like Grease.
Keyboard.
Goodness, sweetheart.
Nah, I'm more of like the, you're the one that I want.
Oh, there you go.
You're the one I want. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Okay, why was nobody's high school as cool as Rydell High?
Yeah, I don't know. There was like some 14th graders in that school. Super seniors.
Okay, you want a really random factoid?
No, I want to get back on the track of what we're talking about.
Oh yeah, but really quick, the school that Grease was filmed at was also the same high school that Buffy the Vampire Slayer was filmed at.
Oh wow.
Which was also the same high school that one of my coworkers when I worked at Blockbuster, my friend John Lapid. Shout out John Lapid. How you doing, man? He actually went to that high school, and in the summer times they would film movies there. All right, so back to Uno Go. Here we are. So if you go up at the top, you can actually sort by. I love this website, by the way. It's super easy to navigate. You can check by the.
I'm getting hungry, Jay. They
genre,
got
but I know.
Sejong.
Tell you what, okay. There are only 99 coupons left when you use promo code LINK100.
Yeah, because we're taking one for lunch, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, not sorry.
Okay, so I'll treat for lunch.
Nice.
So what do you? We'll make an order, and we are gonna do fish. But you know, I think I'm gonna order something from Jamaican Grill because I'm gonna do.
We should order some of that seafood kalbi.
There you go.
I'm kidding. There's no seafood kalbi.
But is there no seafood?
No,
kalbi?
I've never heard of it.
You know what I'm gonna?
It should be invented, though.
You know what I'm actually gonna try and do? I'm gonna order from multiple restaurants.
Okay,
in
yeah,
the same
that
order
sounds
because
great.
there's 0 delivery fee.
How does that sound, Joe? Does that sound cool if Jason treats and he orders from multiple restaurants? Joe might have to put in some OT.
Yeah.
We might have to have an early lunch.
And
right?
so you know what? And as Chris mentioned, you know, the governor is going to hold a press conference at 2 p.m. So if you're going to watch that, and you probably do because, you know, it's going to be at 2 p.m. It's going to be on our Facebook page. Order something to eat. You want to have like a late lunch, early dinner, however you want to swing it and everything like that. Link 100 is the promo code when you check out uno-go.com.
Thank you, Uno Go, for jumping on. Remember, that's Link 100, guys, the promo code. Good morning to our Facebook live viewers. We'll talk about this later on, too, Jay.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And we will make our order later.
Thank you. Facebook Live, good morning, KUAM TV. Good morning, KUAM TV. Enjoying your guys' coffee on this Friday. It's Friday, the 19th day of February. I want to wish my daughter, Callie Jo Barnett, a happy birthday.
Hey, Callie Jo.
Yeah.
Okay, with extra oomph this morning. 'cause
And
it
for
is a
everybody
baby.
else who's having a birthday today, this is for you guys, but most especially it's for my baby girl who she's growing up so fast, but she's still young enough that everywhere we go, she wants to hold my hand, which is the sweetest thing. This morning I dropped her up to her mom's house, and anytime we drive in the car, I got to like drive with one hand like this and other holding her hand. Which, if you guys have kids, they just grow up so fast, and it just seems like that one day they love you, the next they can't stand you.
Okay, and I'm assuming because she wants to hold your hand that you don't have standard transmission.
Yeah,
you have automatic.
Yeah, I have automatic.
Good for
Right,
you.
Yeah,
That's sweet.
yeah, she's a sweetheart.
Callie,
Sweetheart.
okay, for those of you who don't know, Callie is like, she is super princessa, and I mean that like with the highest respect.
Eye roll.
And you do spoil her. Right?
It's just a little much. Yeah, no, she's awesome.
No, and
She's
to
so
be
smart.
princessa is awesome. She's daddy's little.
I mean,
girl.
every family's got one, right?
Yeah.
6:34. So yeah, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Callie, and everyone else whose birthday is today, but most especially my baby girl, Callie Jo Barnett. Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless Callie Joe and everyone else's birthday whose birthday is today, but most especially my baby girl, Callie Joe. Daddy loves you. Happy birthday to you. Near. Right on.
I feel like we should have played like the intro to Tom Sawyer or something.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. Happy birthday! Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
The guy always had the funniest voice to me. The dude in Rush. It's like, man, if they just had a singer with just a little more balls in his
Okay, be
voice.
careful there. Do not talk smack about Geddy Lee.
I'm
all right?
not talking smack. I'm just saying it was even his name, right, Joester? It's like Geddy Lee.
Hey, man, greatest,
No, dude, Rush is like a musician's band.
amazing Canadian band right
That,
there.
like Rush, because my uncle turned me on. My Uncle Greg, my mom's brother, you know, when I was like 12, 13, that's the whole journey, all that stuff. But Rush, I notice, is a band that like a lot of musicians really love,
Oh yeah.
right?
I mean, they are even bands that are into like progressive rock and everything, like Rush is like next level. I mean, and Canadian musicians, you've got Rush, you've got Bryan Adams, and you've got Bare Naked Ladies.
I never knew they were Canadian.
You didn't know Rush?
I knew they were something though.
No.
Their drummer though, right, is pretty legendary.
The late Neil Peart.
Right,
He
yeah.
died, I believe,
Oh,
last
Neil
year.
Peart, yeah,
Yeah.
right on.
Tell you what, there's also something going on. Maggie Monroe Anderson in the chat stream is saying, "Good morning, guys. NASA is landing the Perseverance rover on Mars in T-minus a half hour." So I did not know that.
That is really cool. Are you guys into like space?
I'm not.
So are you like into like space? Such a loaded question.
I know. I've never really been like a space. I know, but you know, I mean, watching the NASA, anytime like they have like something, it's always like the coolest live stream.
Right.
Okay, and we are getting a lot of happy birthdays to Callie Joe there.
Thank you, guys.
Chamarita Regis is asking Chris, how old is she?
She's 6.
Oh, hey, first grader.
Yep. Hey, good morning to our Facebook Live viewers. Brennan Fausto, hello world, we live another day. Amen to that. Mary Jane Gomez, good morning. Mama Bear Debbie Davis, good morning. Raymond McGravy, good morning, Guam from North Dakota, where it's 14 degrees, Jay.
Yeah. It is really cold in a lot of places around the States, man. We are sending our prayers to you guys out there. Cause,
It was really cold in my house last night. It was like 71 degrees. Chamarita Regis, Biba Betness, Ken Paulino, good morning, be safe. Julia Cruz, good morning, Guam. Roberto Fragasini, buongiorno, my friend. Mary Beth Torres, good morning from Philly. We just got another snowstorm heading back to Guam next month. Can't wait. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Aye.
Marcy Flores, good morning, KUAM team. Starting my day with your show. Thank you so much, Marcy. Appreciate it.
Hi, Marcy.
Bev Test J. Salas, good morning to our KUAM family from Chalampago, a.k.a. Today's Road. Aaron Redoble, good morning on you. Patricia Ann Atalik, good morning. George Freeze, Mr. Freeze, good morning. Gene Camacho from
What
Piga.
What a day to be called Mr. Freeze, like when a snowstorm
Right,
is like hitting
yeah.
the nation.
Francis Dunca, good morning. Angel P. Quintaniza Castro, good morning and thank you for the birthday wishes. Valerie Cruz, happy birthday. Julia Cruz, Chris Cave, Dean Liza Castro, and Alon in the house. Happy birthday, Annie, or good morning, Annie Bonds from Killeen, Texas.
Okay, Chamarita Regis is saying, yes, guys, Rush, Journey, and the Eagles, great bands and music. If you had to pick between one, though, between Rush, Journey, and the Eagles, I mean,
Eagles.
that's like asking me to pick
That's easy.
who my favorite child is.
It's Eagles.
You would go with the Eagles?
Yeah. The biggest common denominator. The most people like the Eagles. I'm a radio DJ. You got to play the hits.
Yeah.
You got to play the hits. Hey. And when it comes to hits, the Eagles have a lot of
As a
them.
guitar player, I would probably go with Rush. Because,
I know. Because you're a musician.
Well, yeah, and if you take like I mean, they always had like instrumentals, and if you take YYZ,
Right.
if you can play YYZ, you're a badass. But if you can play La Via Strangiato,
See, I don't even know that.
the 13-minute, that's their magnum opus. I mean, you are.
But you know what I do? I always mix up Rush and Yes.
Oh yeah.
Right?
But
I don't know why
Yes
they
is
seem
actually a
like
lot
similar.
Yes is a lot bigger than their mainstream. Everybody, owner of a lonely heart. They had a lot of hits though.
Yeah.
Even Genesis. Remember, like before Genesis got like, before Phil Collins and it became
Yeah,
like,
Jay,
very
you're
mainstream.
talking to a classic rock guy. I love
there you go.
Genesis. Yeah,
Yeah, when they still had
Misunderstanding
and the original lead singer was
for Mike and the Mechanics.
Huh?
Remember the guy from Mike and the Mechanics used
Yeah.
to be with Genesis?
Yeah, Mike. Well,
Yeah.
no, but their original lead singer was
Peter Gabriel.
Peter Gabriel before he did Sledgehammer.
Right. And Shock the Monkey.
Okay, did you ever hear the Ozzy Osbourne's remake of Shock the Monkey?
No, I didn't.
With Fear Factory.
But now we're going into another Ozzy Osbourne, man. My cousins were into Ozzy Osbourne and Slayer. And do you remember when Ozzy Osbourne Goodbye to Romance came out?
Yep.
That slapped. Randy Rhoads?
Yeah, and you know who actually remade Goodbye to Romance?
No,
You're not going to believe this.
I'm probably not.
Lisa Loeb.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
And it was awesome.
You're a liar.
It
What?
was, it was
For
totally
real?
rad. And she did it with Dweezil Zappa, who she's married to.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But what is a better Ozzy power ballad? Goodbye to Romance or when he did that collab with
Lita Ford?
Lita Ford,
Oh,
Close My
God.
Eyes Forever.
If I close my eyes forever.
Everybody was jamming that. I mean,
Yeah.
kids got in trouble in middle school because they were bringing lighters to school just so they could say, hey, you can't do that.
Yeah. Okay, you done? Were you done talking about? I could just see Sabrina right now rolling her eyes,
Yeah, okay,
shaking
so-
her fist at the Facebook.
So tell you what,
guys.
if you want to rock out to any of this awesome throwback, classic, retro, vintage, whatever you call it, music, it's the music of our youth. And I know for many of you out there, we play it all the time on 93.9 right here. on the
Amen.
Breeze. Jam out to that. Tell you what, run it in our app. Tune in. If you're on Guam, tune it into 93.9. Order something from Uno Go. Use link code LINK100. Have yourself a really good meal, and you will have a fantastic first Friday of Lent, I guarantee.
Yeah, we have got it all planned out for you guys. You're welcome. 6:40.
Happy Easter, everybody.
Who's coming on the show today? We got a lot. There's people coming on here to talk words to you guys. Teresa Philippin, FSM Consulate, their vaccine outreach. It's called Operation Heartbeat.
Operation Heartbeat.
Heartbeat, right? That's coming up this morning, so we'll get her on. They're looking to fill 100 slots for vaccinations this morning in partnership with GRMC. 7:20, my favorite, Dr. Ann Pobutsky, the territorial epidemiologist from the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Always very enlightening to talk with her. 8:05, Jay, going to go in and get historical here
Yes.
with the Marianas History Conference, which starts today. And we're going to get Dr. Carlos Madrid, who's the Director of Research for MARC. He's the co-chair of the conference, and Miss Lavon Guerrero-Meno, who's also a co-chair.
Have you ever covered one of those? Like when they have like history, like conferences, like, back when the world was normal, if they have it like at one of the hotel ballrooms and everything, you get a bunch of like historians or archaeologists or anthropologists, like the people in academia in the same room. People would think it would be like a big egghead thing, but I mean, it is fascinating just
It
to
is.
cover that and just see like the topics they cover.
Do you
and how
guys
deep they go.
realize that, like, okay, when we were growing up, we didn't really know a lot about our history,
Yeah.
right? It was just kind of like, this is what happened, and, too bad, so sad kind of thing. But now, because of the research and the prevalence of the internet and just the whole resurgence of the Chamorro culture, language, all of that, we're so blessed to know more about our history. And I think with our generation, it was a struggle because we learned about everyone else's history except our own, and we didn't know that Chamorros are a badass. We're freaking badass people. We have a badass history. That's why I like this Marianas History Conference, because it's good. It's good to live in this time, guys, where you can, because when we were growing up, it was like, man, these Egyptians, they're pretty awesome, but ancient Chamorro history is longer than that, older, more ancient. It's awesome. And it's cool that it's so accessible and widespread. So anyway, yeah, it's not an egghead thing. It's actually very, very cool here.
Yeah. It is, I mean, I've covered a couple of those, and
Yeah.
they're really, really amazing.
And we getting Director of Behavioral Health and Wellness, Teresa Ariola, to come in. We've been talking a lot about crystal meth, and from it's gone. Just the conversation's gone all over, from stuff coming out of the federal court with corrupt law enforcement. We've had the chief of police on to talk about those allegations, and also what law enforcement is doing to stem the flow of ICE into our island. And so we talk about the law enforcement side, but then obviously a big component of any type of response, any type of effort to combat, drug abuse and addiction is treatment. And so we'll go in with Therese and find out what options are available there. There's always work on the treatment end that's being done. I know there's a few different treatment options that are under construction right now that people have, are really looking forward to. There's a great need, beyond great. And then, I told you guys yesterday we're going to get Senator Talina Nelson. Unfortunately, she had some morning meetings pop up this morning, and we'll try and get her on next week. There's just a lot of stuff we want to talk to her about with the port and the audit and the oversight hearing that came out. She's also making some noise about the military buildup, the programmatic agreement, and the transparency and accessibility for the public with that process. So there's, like I said, there's a lot to talk about with her. And then we're getting Mark Scott of the Guam Guard on, talk about what they've been doing, catch up on that gambling investigation, right? Which is interesting. We've put out the ask to Senator Amanda Shelton, who is the oversight chair of the airport, which is where this whole gambling scandal kind of started. And we keep talking about it because I feel like we got to keep it visible. You know what I mean? And I know that Senator Shelton last week had said that she had planned to sit down with the airport general manager, JQ John Kanata. I saw on her Facebook that she was up touring the airport yesterday, but we haven't heard any words on how she'll proceed forward with, dealing with this investigation that started at the airport, and then through a bunch of documents that we got, we found out that, it involves a few hundred people who are playing this. It's basically like this gambling app. But if you Google this gambling app, man, what is it called again, Jade?
I forgot because
it's something like Bros.
When you guys mentioned it, it didn't ring a bell.
It's like Poker Bros or something Bros.
But is it Texas Hold'em? Is it like five card stud?
I don't know what it is. I'm not a gambler. I'm not anti-gambling. I'm just not a gambler because to me it's like money's so hard to come by. So it ended up we got these documents from the Civil Service Commission. It was like one guy. There's a couple guys who started. One was a GPD officer, but there was an airport. Someone of the airport police officer was fired. Right, and he appealed his termination, and in his appeal the termination documents, he basically had all this info about how many people he got to sign up for this. But where they got into trouble, is, from what I heard, is that they were making big money. Like, we're not talking about $10, $20. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars that apparently they didn't pay taxes on. And that's what kind of raised the antenna of the feds, who were the ones, I'll just tell you, they were the ones who were kind of looking into this. Then there's also issues about they were doing it on the job. Right, so obviously, I feel like it warrants some type of legislative involvement, if you will, and maybe Senator Shelton was able to talk about that on her field trip up to the airport. We don't know. I'll put out another ask for her to come on again.
And it's interesting. We were talking about the history conferences, and
right.
When you have history conferences or legislative oversight hearings, both are very, very investigative. Both are very revealing for completely different reasons.
Right. At 6:40, no problem, sir. 6:47. Let's go ahead and get into the news now, guys. Sabrina Salas Mantonani, Joan is on leave, so Sabrina's coming in later because, as always, she's a news superwoman. So she's doing all kinds of stuff with the news. So she comes in at 8.
And stays here pretty late.
Yeah, comes. Her hours are 8 to late. 6:48. So let's do the news with Jason Salas from the KUAM News Team on this February 19th. The very latest. Good morning, Jason.
All right. Good morning, Chris. And good morning, Link fam and Guam, everybody. Thanks so much for watching us on the Link once again. On Wednesday, 2 people tested positive for COVID-19 out of 403 samples performed earlier. Currently, there are 6 people, 6 of your fellow Guamanians that are in the hospital. 2 of them are in the ICU, and 2 of them are on ventilators. Guam's CAR score is now down to 0.1. In total, more than 44,600 people have now been vaccinated. More than 29,000 of them have received their first dose, while better than 15,000 people have been fully vaccinated. On that note, village-based COVID-19 vaccination clinics continue today down at the Agate Gym. Next Monday, the clinic will be at the Santa Rita Senior Center. Tuesday, it moves over to the Jotnya Gym on the other side of the island. And on Friday the 26th, The Village Clinic will move to the Barrigada Community Center. Hours for all village-based clinics are 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eligible residents are encouraged to register with their village mayor's office. Up to 100 doses will be administered at each clinic location. You can check out our Instagram feed at KUAM News to find out when the village vaccination clinics are going to be in your part of the island, and scan the QR code so that you may register yourself. Please do so and join the vaccination. From the business side, in 2019, Guam saw its largest increase in real gross domestic product since the year 2012, according to our friends at the Bureau of Economic Analysis. The island's 2019 GDP increased by 2.0, adjusted to remove price changes. Economists and investors use the GDP, of course, as a measure of economic growth. Private fixed investment grew by almost 9%. Business spending on construction increased following project delays in 2017 and 2018, likely due to the halt in H-2B visa worker approvals, according to a press release. Now, speaking of business matters, it may have been a soft opening yesterday, but the chicken was crispy to the max. We at KUM News went over to the Micronesia Mall, right up the street from us here in Harmon, to check out Max's Restaurant, a food franchise which originated in Quezon City in the Philippines. Max's Restaurant has been offering traditional Filipino cuisine since 1945 with over 200 locations worldwide. They're known as a house that fried chicken built, so you know that they'll give you something to cluck about. You can make sure to check out Peter Santos' story on KUM.com to see what's going on with Max's new place to have fried chicken, which, as we found out from Paul Gofigan earlier this week,
Is meat.
is meat.
Yep.
Indeed. Joe, sir, how is Max's chicken?
It's legendary.
Yeah,
Jay.
Joe gives it 2 thumbs up, right there.
I mean, just if you look at in just that area, you have Jollibee's and Max's.
Mm-hmm.
That's like a high concentration of good fried chicken.
Can't wait to try that next week or this weekend. All right, and now with the rest of the Guam news headlines as you make your way around the island, here's your link update with all the local news headlines you need to know with KUM's Tyler Matanani.
Buenos and half a day, I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. 36-year-old Anthony Ignacio was arrested in connection to Monday's shooting in Agate that sent Jesse Kitachai to the hospital. He was charged with guilt by complicity to commit attempted murder as a first-degree felony and guilt by complicity to commit aggravated assault as a second-degree felony. According to court documents, a physical altercation occurred at the dead end of San Francisco Street in Agate. During the fight, Ignacio was driving a purple vehicle when witnesses allegedly heard him yelling at his passenger to, quote, blast him, par. The second suspect is still at large. Ignacio is being held on $30,000 cash bail. A family of 7's home in Estumbo went up in flames yesterday. Thankfully, they all made it out safely, but have lost everything. For those wanting to help this family in need, KUAM's Adriana Cotero tells us how.
What was your initial reaction?
It's a phone call no mother wants to receive.
The first thing I said, is everyone's safe. Is anyone hurt? And thank God no one got hurt, because we can't replace if I were to lose any one of them. I mean, this one, you can always replace whatever you see here, and we're losing a family.
Josefa Santos heard the devastating news straight from her son, victim Benjamin Santos, whose family, to include his spouse and 5 children, are now homeless after a structure fire left all their belongings in ashes.
It started up where he was burning egg carton for the mosquito. And yes, with the wind being strong, it kind of like blew the flame towards the other house, and it's when he's trying to stop the fire, he couldn't because the wind was so strong. It happened so fast where it was out of control already.
It all happened too fast. As Santos explains, it was simply too late. Once the fire started, the tin and wood home was completely consumed by flames. According to Guam Fire Department spokesperson Kevin Riley, just before 5 o'clock yesterday, units along with medics and rescue units responded to the house fire along Chalan Tumatis in Estumbo, Dededo. Riley says the entire structure, including 2 cars, were fully engulfed when units arrived.
There's nothing left except whatever structure is demolished.
The Dededo Mayor's office is accepting donations for the Santos family at the Senior Center from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. beginning today through next week. According to Vice Mayor Peter Beneventi, the 5 children are between the ages of 5 to 11 years old. The family is in need of food, house goods, and clothing items.
I'm very thankful for him, being here, and even late last night, he was so supportive. And even also as for the fighters that were here, and they didn't leave until everything is cleared up.
The family stayed overnight in a tent and car on the grounds of their home. If you would like to donate directly to the family, contact Josefa Santos at 678-6230 or Janine Cruz at 671-583-9580. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
Guam resident Charles Thomas Povich was arrested in New York in connection to the death of rapper Nicki Minaj's father. Her father, 64-year-old Robert Mirage, was the victim of a hit-and-run last week. 70-year-old Povich turned himself into authorities. According to Nassau County Police, Povich stopped and got out of his car to look at the injured man, then returned to the car and drove off. Mirage later died at the hospital. Povich has been charged with leaving the scene of a crash and tampering with evidence. Povich is the owner and founder of Allied Pacific Environmental Consulting. Happy Hour is expected to return on Monday, but it won't be an open bar like pre-COVID days. GHRA President Mary Rhodes, who worked with public health on the bar safety and health protocols, says all the new familiar precautionary measures will be in effect, such as temperature checks, face masks, and social distancing. Bars will be amongst the last businesses to reopen, and they are counting on the patrons' cooperation in order to stay that way.
The onus is really on the manager as well as the servers and bartenders, but also the customer. And I think that it's unfortunate it's taken this long. I think that they should have been open up some time ago, but at the same time, I think consumers are ready to go into bars. I think that they've been used to the protocols that have been in place in restaurants. And so I think that we've needed to change public behavior and accepted the guidelines, knowing that their behavior has to change if they're going to be going to a bar.
If customers are allowed to break the rules, the bar owners will be cited. Rhodes says public health has been conducting inspections at restaurants and wrote them up for not adhering to the protocols. And that's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Thanks so much, Ty. Great job. And in national headlines, snow and ice covering Washington, D.C.'s streets forced the president to delay his trip to Michigan to see a Pfizer manufacturing plant producing the very coveted COVID-19 vaccines.
Snow and ice covering Washington, D.C.'s streets forced President Biden to delay his trip to Michigan to visit a Pfizer manufacturing plant producing COVID-19 vaccines. The storm has already impacted major transportation hubs, delaying the shipments of vaccine doses and closing down vaccination sites in the hardest hit areas.
What we're encouraging governors and other partners to do is to extend hours once they're able to reopen.
But local leaders say there were supply shortages even before this week's storm.
Last week, we vaccinated almost 320,000 people. But I could be doing literally 500,000 a week if I had the supply I needed.
The president and vice president received a closed-door COVID briefing this morning as the administration continues its push to rally support for its $1.9 trillion relief package. Vice President Kamala Harris is meeting virtually with members of Congress and business leaders to discuss how the pandemic has disproportionately impacted women in the economy.
Last February, around 5 million women were business owners, and 2 months later, by April, 1 in 4 had closed their doors.
Government statistics show since the start of the pandemic, more women have been laid off or left the workforce compared to men. And new numbers out this morning show unemployment claims rose last week with another 861,000 people applying for benefits. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Washington.
All right, make sure for all the latest Guam news headlines, check us out at any social media platform at KUAM News or check out KUAM.com or the KUAM News mobile app for both Android and iOS. The link continues right here on Breeze 93.9, Facebook Live, and KUAM TV8. Please stay with us. We are back right after this.
Uno Go has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time, with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to Uno Go. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. Uno Go, delivering Guam on demand.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
As restaurants and bars decide to open, consider these tips to protect employees, customers, and communities and slow the spread of COVID-19. Urge employees to stay home if they feel unwell. Require employees to frequently wash their hands, especially before, during, and after preparing food and after touching garbage. Wash hands with soap and water for at least 20 seconds. Have employees wear masks if feasible. Have enough supplies to support healthy hygiene, including soap, hand sanitizer, paper towels, disinfectant wipes, masks, and no-touch trash cans. Clean and disinfect frequently touched surfaces like door handles, phones, cash registers, bathrooms, chairs, tables, and countertops. Use disposable food service items to limit sharing of items like menus, utensils, and condiments. Use touchless payment options to avoid direct hand-to-hand contact between customers and employees. Encourage customers to use drive-through, delivery, or takeout options. When seating customers, prioritize outdoor seating. Change the layout of tables or chairs to make sure parties are spaced at least 6 feet apart. Consider installing barriers such as sneeze guards or partitions at cash registers, host stands, or where staying at least 6 feet apart may be difficult. Avoid large gatherings and discourage crowded waiting areas by using a phone app or text to let parties know when their table is ready. Rotate or stagger staff shifts and break times to limit the numbers of employees working at the same time. Remind staff to stay at least 6 feet away from each other and customers as much as possible. Post signs and posters to promote healthy hygiene habits among staff. Include messages about healthy hygiene when communicating with vendors and customers, such as in emails, on business websites, and on social media accounts. For more information and tips to consider, check out the link on the screen.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
But no one understands how you feel. Oh, it's so real. Oh, it's so real.
Baby, don't you cry for me. It's an illusion, just an illusion. Thought I knew what life should be. It's an illusion, just an illusion. Baby, don't you cry for me. It's an illusion, just an illusion. Thought I knew what life should be. It's an illusion, just an illusion. Critics crucify your leadership. Another drink and then
Hey, good morning, 704. There's a press conference here. I know because my COVID-19 press conference chat just went off. Good morning. The message coming from Crystal Placo, San Augustine. Governor Leon Guerrero will hold a press conference at 2 p.m. today to sign an executive order to transition to PCOR 3. As usual, and this is the part where they say, hey, tell me who's going to attend the press conference. But I was kind of going through my chat because we always bring up here that there's not a lot of accessibility with the governor. And so I was kind of going through when the last time we had a press conference with the Magahaga, and it was on December 16th. So 2 months ago, the last time we heard from the gov. And then before that, it was October 15th. So it kind of looks like every couple months. Maybe that's a schedule. They probably got a Google Calendar. Oh, we haven't talked to these suckers in 2 months. Let's get out there and do a press conference. Yeah, so we're going to go back to PCOR 3. Guys, I mean, I would just say the last time we went back to PCOR 3, you went a little crazy. You guys went a little crazy, okay? I know it's a totally different set of circumstances with the vaccination and all that, but remember, the vaccine's not a cure, so just don't blow it, all right? We finally got in the governor's good graces. We're going to PCOR 3. The CAR score has been down, so the table is set, guys. But just, continue to do your part, obviously. Wash your hands, wear your mask, watch your distance.
You know, it's one thing I'm seeing bubble up on Twitter, Chris, is, there's been, it's not so much here on Guam, but like a lot of in the States, people are saying, it's an infringement on my constitutional rights and everything, and they keep saying, like rights and freedom and everything. Some people are now starting to say, and locals are saying, when we go back to PCOR 3, that's a privilege, not a right, because coronavirus still is here. It is not going away. So I guess the sentiment would be, if it is a privilege, not a right, like you said, don't blow it.
Yeah, because last time we went into PCOR 3, right after that, we went into a crazy surge. Right? I mean, the governor was just talking about it in one of her videos the other day. Something like, we went to PCOR 3, and then you guys went all crazy. Then we had like 300 positives, 100 positives, 100 positives. So we finally got it down to a manageable level. I mean, I don't even know if you could buy a positive corona case the way it's looking. The numbers are just, they're not zeros, right? We haven't had a
zero. This is the second straight day where we've had 2, and then you've had triple-digit samples taken. So that's very, very good.
Right. So that's what's going to happen today at 2 p.m. And, of course, we'll be carrying the press conference on Facebook. I think we're also going to throw it on the radio. It'll be everywhere, guys.
Yeah.
Can't miss it. Release out of Department of Rev and Tax on this Friday morning. Drive-through services continue from 8 to 5. Someone was just asking me about this. Income tax return filing, income tax returns with no payment. Rev and Tax will accept those by drive-through drop-off at DRT's main office in Barrigada. Drive-through drop-off service is available for income tax return filings only for those with no payment. Now, income tax returns with check, credit card, or cash payments must be paid at the Treasurer of Guam at the ITC building. Online payments. Info regarding online payments can be found at pay.guam.gov. They've also got the Form 1040 Distribution Access Limited. 1040 and 1040 SR forms are available at Rev and Tax's main office in Barrigada. Taxpayers may obtain forms during DRT's walk-in servicing hours, which are from 8 to noon Monday through Friday. Forms also available at govguamdocs.com/revtax/index. Real property payments, check payments only. Drive-through drop-off service available for check payments only for real property taxes.
Yeah, and as you're saying those, I'm putting some comments in our comment stream.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's a bunch of links in this, you guys, on this release from Rev and Tax. All of them you should know, so I'm going to throw as many of these in our comments as I can.
Credit card or cash payments, Treasurer of Guam online. You can do it pay.guam.gov. BBT filings and payments, check payments and BBT filings with no payments. Drive-through drop-off service available for check payments only for BPT, and BPT returns requiring no payment. Credit card, cash payments, Treasurer of Guam, and online again, pay.guam.gov. Thank you, Daphne, for the release. It's been pretty crazy over there. In the morning, as I pass by there on the way to work, the people are lining up by the dozens. A lot of cars, a lot of traffic. So again, in the early morning hours, I don't know what it's like right now because obviously I'm here. But on the way in, you get the cars. They're pretty much parked on the shoulder lane. So just be safe. Okay, 7:10, Friday, February 19, 2021. Let's head into the Zoom room where we have from the FSM consulate office, Teresa Philippin. Good morning, Teresa.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, everybody.
So we're doing a big Operation Heartbeat. I like the sound of that.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for having me on today.
Right. And so let me just ask, was it Operation Heartbeat because it's so close to like Valentine's Day?
Well, come to think, that we didn't really think about it that way. It's Operation Heartbeat because, we all have the same common goals. So our heart beats the same as far as have everybody be safe and healthy from all that's been happening.
Right.
Yeah. So, Chris, how come I'm not seeing you?
I don't know.
A blank screen.
You're really missing out.
Really? Okay.
Okay, so Teresa, trust me, I'm here. Use your faith.
All right.
Have faith. I am here. We're doing an outreach. So you were trying to get 100 people to show up to get vaccinated this morning. Where are we with those numbers, Teresa?
Last night, I believe the team was announcing maybe around 80 people, but I'm sure we'll get the 100 by the end by 3 o'clock today. So we're starting from 3 to 7. At GRMC, we're asking. This is part of our awareness campaign effort that we've been collaborating with Guam Regional Medical Center with. The video that I shared with you earlier this week is really, we're very grateful to GRMC for helping us take on that activity with putting together the video of some of our leaders that took the vaccine. And it's part of our message to our broader community to go get vaccinated. It's collectively our effort to combat the virus, by getting vaccinated. In addition to that, we're working with GRMC to provide vaccination to some of our folks. Our numbers, I've been told, are alarmingly low for those that have gotten vaccinated, that have met the age grouping but not getting vaccinated. So we're encouraging people to take that step forward and get the vaccine.
Teresa, can you tell us how this whole thing got started? So what, did the GRMC approach you guys, or was it the other way around?
Yeah. Dr. Mike Cruz has been wonderful. We also had Jim from the Judah Foundation, who's been a great friend of Micronesia. We were kind of having some conversation around how to, work together more closely together, to serve the best interest of our folks here. So that's how the whole conversation started. All the credit goes to the GRMC media and production team. I think they did a wonderful job with the video, and also the the people that were part of the video that will come out shortly. I hope you're planning to air that on your network.
We have been, and we will continue to just do our part. We're here to help, Teresa. So let's go back and talk about the vaccination numbers being low with the members of the FSM community. Why is that? And then what are you doing? Obviously, you're doing this outreach, which I'm assuming is the first of several that are coming up.
First, as far as in this medium, as a video, but we, several of our teams and different people, individuals in the FSM community have been doing their part, reaching out to the churches, Sunday masses and whatnot. I really can't say why people are not are afraid. I think fear is more of a better way to describe this. There's just a lot of misinformation being shared out there about the vaccine. Some people are getting their information from social media. So, we did a virtual town hall some time back with a number of health experts in our community. And, the whole intention there was to get the accurate information out there about the vaccines, about Pfizer and about Moderna. With the intention, of course, is to provide accurate information to people, because, I think we're riding on the fear that there's just been a lot of hesitation from everybody, not just the FAS community, if I must say, from everybody in general, have doubts about about these vaccines. So, as the effort right now is to provide accurate and bring awareness to the people.
So, are you going to have another vaccination outreach, and what are the plans for that?
We haven't gone beyond this is the first trial today. We want to see how that turns out. We don't want to waste GRMC resources by, having people get ready and, put together the arrangements, and then we're not able to provide the numbers. So this is, the first step towards that effort. The governor herself has reached out, offering assistance on whatever the government can do to assist.
Any update on repatriation flights, Teresa?
I'm glad you brought that up, because I think as part of this campaign, as far as the FSM is concerned, is we need to get people vaccinated if we want the FSM borders to open up anytime soon. The President Panuelo himself said that the goal is to vaccinate about 70% of the FSM population in country. And then, of course, we cannot open the borders if those that are planning to go in or are being repatriated are not vaccinated. Wow. So that is the ultimate plan as far as the country's goal to maintain the FSM COVID-free. So vaccination is a huge part right now. It plays a big role in the plans towards repatriation.
Right. So when you talk about the FSM trying to vaccinate 70% of its population in country, have those efforts already started, Teresa?
They have. They have. We're showing pretty, steady numbers right now. Not a whole lot as we anticipated. But, we're showing steady numbers. People are, getting information. I commend the different task force. The 4 different task force in the 4 states doing their part in educating, bringing awareness to the people in the community about the vaccine. So people are coming out, not in hordes yet, but, they're coming out to get vaccinated. I think, it's been long overdue that people that are stranded abroad gets, returned home.
It's looking like our numbers are pretty low. I know they did an outreach, engagement team outreach at Hemilani Apartments in Molesso, 0 positive. So good job on that. I know that you guys did a lot of outreach to kind of spread the message about not just getting tested, but also doing what we all have to do to avoid the spread of the virus?
Oh, it's it's teamwork, and the FSM Association and even our office cannot do all of this without the tremendous help that has been coming from the Department of Health and Social Services. We have I think we have a good collaborating, a good team working with DPHSS and the outreach for testing, sharing, disseminating information about the virus itself. And now we're getting to this part about the vaccination. So it's collaboration and teamwork. And, we're seeing not, big improvements, but some steady move in the right direction, in my opinion, at least.
I had a question, follow up on, I know the chief of police had said that he was going to meet with you guys about crystal methamphetamine and the FSM community. Has there been any progress on that?
Our FSM Association has, right after the meet with the chief of police, I gathered the team. We've had several virtual meetings on that. We have, rather, like I believe I shared this with you a little while ago. There are programs that are already in place, existing programs, and we're looking to tapping into those type of programs. Of course, community outreach is going to be a major part of that. And as I told the chief of police then, and I continue to believe that, we really need law enforcement in this. We don't have the capacity as an association and even our office to do much as far as enforcement of existing laws, relating to drugs and illegal uses. We kind of right now there's been like a standstill in that because as we kind of move forward into more concentrated our efforts in the vaccination and pandemic related activities. But definitely something that we looked into and we're going to continue looking into because, if, they're saying that drug use and possession in the FSM community, they're seeing a rise in that. Right. So that is a big concern for us. And we're going to work closely with, GPD and do what we can, and in our limited capacities.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's not just Yerka. Obviously, it's really bad in all the communities. So, Teresa, just going back to the vaccination, what is the eligibility for those who are trying to get a slot? And you said you had 80 slots. You're trying to fill 100. How do people get one of those few remaining slots before you start at 3 p.m.?
Right. We have a website that we're posting on our Facebook page, FSM Association of Guam Facebook page, and we're also receiving.
Unmute.
What happened?
I don't know. The Tatamona.
And I just saw somebody pop up.
Yeah, that's Dr. Ann. She's going after you. Okay, right. So you were saying, go back. You just start over if you don't mind.
Yeah. Call the FSM consulate office to register 646-9154 or check out our Facebook page, FSM Association of Guam, and there's links to how we register. We're following current Department of Public Health and Social Services guidelines on who can get vaccinated. Right now, it's the age group is 55 and over, underlying conditions, work conditions. If you're a live-in caretaker, there are guidelines already in place by DPHSS, and that's what we're following. So when you register, and then we'll do we'll do screening, and then we'll call you for a confirmation of your registration to be able to get vaccinated today. And mind you, this is the first of this effort. And as we see how today, the results of today, and then we'll definitely plan more because we want to, we're encouraging people to get vaccinated. That's the That's the goal here. Get more. We really want to reach herd immunity. This virus has plagued us for far too long, and we want to, get back to some semblance of normalcy in our lives.
Right on. Teresa, this is random, but I was just wondering because I saw my friend Anthony had commented. What are the plans for Yap Day this year? Virtual?
That is a very soft spot in me.
I know.
The second year in a row that I know I'm going to miss Yap Day. But even if the flights are still closed and we cannot bring in our most the tourists and everybody from the outside world to Yap Day is still going to go on. It's the state right now is practicing social distancing, taking preventative, but taking precautions and doing all of these practices just so that they can be ready if unfortunately the virus gets to the island. But I'm sure the leadership will not cease to celebrate this long historical event in our traditional in Yap. So.
All right.
But it's definitely going to be another miss for myself.
Well, here's to 2022, Teresa. Maybe we'll get them next year.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time this morning, and good luck. We'll play that commercial bunch. Of course.
Really appreciate your team. Okay. Bye bye.
Of course. See you, Teresa. There you go. Yeah, we'll play that. Like she said, you go to the FSM Association of Guam Facebook page. There's a link there where you can sign up. They've got about 80 slots, which means there's about 20 left over. We'll take a break. We're coming back with more of The Link, which is proudly brought to you by Cabo Enterprises, Carrier at 647-COOL, and IT&E. Good morning at 7:25 on a Friday. Whoa!
Make it through the week with Monday's Work Week Weather Forecast.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
This is the new way to dine in. Choose a restaurant, make your order, get your food delivered fast, safe, and reliably. Make the dash to Uno Go. uno-go.com.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
These
are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Half a day. My name is Chimamba Kwem, Tuberculosis Enhancing Disease Program Manager for the Department of Public Health. As Guam continues to deliver critical services during this unprecedented time, we must do everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our people. Continue to encourage wearing a face covering, practice social distancing and washing hands. These practices are becoming especially important as we begin to reopen our great island. Prevention saves life. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
I wanna ride in my Guam bomb, stroll all around, rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. For me, soldier rise, coming back to this redown, feeling alive by an eye reggae paradise. For me, soldier rise, coming back to this redown, feeling alive by an eye reggae paradise. Every time we jam and I, you know we got that vibe now. Rastafari and I, we dancing to this world now. Fuji man or Rasta man, you know we breaking it down now. Fuji man or Rasta man, you know we break it down now.
Bring a different mode to our almost words for the praise.
What so let's say?
What a chick be new, then the boys be worse than the beat.
So let be. I wanna ride in my Guam bomb, stroll all around, rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. They come from zero down.
Last minute, 7:32. We had a comment here on the Facebook Live. OG San, Chris, we still didn't receive our PUI yet. When is the next payout? We had Dave on the other day, right, Jay?
And he said there's a new batch. Let me bring that up. They just approved a batch recently. And
Yeah, so they paid out. I think it was. I want to say it was like 14. It was millions.
Yeah.
They paid out this week. So we had Dave on at the beginning of the week. And that's what he said. So just be checking your bank account, OG San.
Yeah, and actually, you know what, OG, if you want to check out KUM.com, I'll try and find that for you and everything like that.
Right.
But hit up our website right now.
Yeah.
We've got a story. It's like within the last 2 days.
Thanks. 7:33 into the KUAM News Zoom room we go, where Dr. Ann Pobutsky, who's the territorial epidemiologist, is standing by here. Good morning, Dr. Ann.
Good morning.
Let's just get right into it. So I was talking earlier, PCOR 3, we've been here before, and last time we were in PCOR 3, it didn't turn out so well. There was a crazy surge, and I just felt like people, I mean, if they were pent up back then, imagine how pent up they are now. So we'll just kind of start there with this declaration of PCOR 3 and the vaccination effort. I feel like a lot of people are thinking it's over. So I'll just start there. First question, is COVID over?
No, it's not. PCOR 3, people shouldn't be that pent up right now because they're allowed to go outside to the parks and the beaches and exercise and go get groceries and et cetera, et cetera. PCOR 3 is where they're going to lift even more restrictions and possibly include, and I don't know the details, but yes, it didn't turn out too well the last time, but we are seeing lower numbers. We're at 7,705 cases. Yesterday we had 2 cases. And in the past couple of days, some of those new cases were people coming in, military contractors, that sort of thing. And that's what we've seen throughout January and February, that the majority of the cases are well, not the majority, more than half are coming in. They're bringing it in. And the other issue is the variant. We don't know what's going on with the variants. It's already been found in Hawaii, one of the variants. I believe it's the UK variant. We have been submitting samples to the CDC for the past several weeks. We have not gotten any results back for Guam to see what's circulating here. We're also in the process of writing grants so that we can see if we can get a machine to do the molecular sequencing of the samples to see what's circulating here. And we, as of last night, I just looked at the numbers. We have vaccinated fully 2 doses, 8.99% of our population. So 9%, which is really, really good. So we're looking really, really great. Guam looks great. We're off the charts in terms of our vaccination rates. But the problem right now is the supply chain. That's a national problem. I guess they didn't get one shipment in, and they're expected, it's expected in March. So we still need to vaccinate a substantial proportion of our population so that we can lower the amount of viral load that's out there. And that's called herd immunity or population immunity. And one of the reasons we want to do that is there's some people who, I have a friend who hasn't gotten vaccinated. She's certainly eligible. She's older and she's allergic to all kinds of things. And she's one of the, the small groups of vulnerable people who get allergic reactions, who need to be protected by this disease. So we have to get a substantial proportion of the population vaccinated. For some things like measles, it requires about 95% of the population to be vaccinated. And that's what our big issue was right before COVID hit, was making sure we had our measles vaccination plan in place because we were seeing it in the Pacific. And of course, a couple years ago, American Samoa had an outbreak because people were scared of getting vaccinated. But that's why we have these rules about kids being vaccinated before they get into schools. We just don't know right now what proportion of the population needs to be vaccinated against COVID. It's got to be about 80% or above, we think. We don't know. And I guess people will figure that out as we go along. So we're at 9% of the population being fully vaccinated. We've got quite a ways to go.
So no, it's not over.
No, you still have to wear a mask. Still have to social distance. We don't know what's still circulating out there, what's going to be brought in. We're in a good place right now because our numbers are so low, but there's always the possibility that, again, someone can bring it in or they lift the regulations and then people start bringing it in. So we're poised to deal with it, but we hope people will continue. You still have to social distance. You still have to wear a mask till, everybody gets vaccinated or the majority. So no, it's not over. It looks like it's over, but it's not. Sorry, these things last usually a couple years, and it's only been a year, not quite a year. But they already got a vaccine rolled out. But we don't know exactly how these vaccines work against these different variants because of the mutations going on all over the world, which is normal for viruses.
Let's just talk about that then, the variants. So what can you tell us about the different variants? And also, if you could expand on what you had just said about whether or not the vaccines protect us against the different variants.
I believe you guys can just Google this. I don't know that much except what's in the media. There was a recent article that said Pfizer was good at protecting people from one or more of the variants. We just don't know. We don't even know what's circulating on Guam at this point in time. So that's why we're being vigilant and trying to see what's coming in here. And some of the samples that we have sent to the CDC have been from travelers who have come in, and from local samples, as well as I believe from the U.S., travelers from the U.S. and from Manila, possibly some from, I don't know if it was Japan or Korea. They're trying to get a good sampling of positive samples that they can send for sequencing. And again, we don't know the results. We should see something in a week or so.
Okay.
But we said that 2 weeks ago.
I know.
And here's the other thing. We have a new administration. Biden's trying to churn out the vaccines, and CDC is trying to do sequencing of everything that's circulating around the United States as well as its territories. So we should know more March. It's almost the end of February, so March, will it be a year marker?
Doc, what do you think about this conversation that's being had about tightening up on exemptions? Quarantine exemptions for incoming passengers, and everyone we talk to says this is because we need to protect ourselves against the variants.
That is correct. We have to have policies in place that keep us all safe. We're an island. It's going to come back in. It came into the island. It wasn't generated here. It came in, remember? Last March, February, March, April, and then again in July and August. So that's our biggest problem. It's going to come in again. And so we'll just have to be vigilant and have policies that continue to keep us all safe, and then continue vaccinating everybody as soon as we get the vaccines. And that might take up through the summer. They were suggesting in the U.S. maybe July, August, just in time for school again in the fall. Perhaps we might be there.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Doc, when we talk about the variant, because we did Google it, and what everybody says is that it's so many more times contagious when compared to the original COVID-19, right? So if the variant was here, do you think that we would see it with the amount of testing we're doing, or do you have any issues with the amount of testing we're doing? Do we need to do more?
No, we're pretty good on testing. The question is, how are we going to test people? Again, we're testing them at when they come in at the quarantine station, and some people are requesting tests for when they leave. So the question is, do we have enough tests to open up the island to tourists and test everybody? And at this point, I don't think so, but I think they're working on something like that, not just here, but in other places as well. Testing people, and then figuring out how do we deal with, if you have been vaccinated, are you allowed to travel, et cetera, et cetera. So those things will kind of unfold in the next several months as we learn more. And yeah.
You talked about the supply chain issues with the vaccines, and those issues are happening, I know, nationally. But what do you know about the local impact?
Just that it is affecting us in terms of we haven't gotten the most recent shipments that were supposed to come in. I don't know. You'll have to ask somebody like Annette the details. I really don't have the details on that.
Okay.
But they say it's going to come in March. And so they're working on figuring out how to make sure people are getting their second shots and having this, staggered schedule continue. So, but I don't have the details. Sorry.
Right.
Not off the top of my head.
I understand. So basically, we're at what, 9% of the population? You said we need to vaccinate about 80% of the population.
At least 80%. It could be more, it could be less. We just don't know.
Right.
And that's something that we'll probably figure out again as we go along when they see what happens with if there are people who, we'll just have to see.
Right.
We have to research.
Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate that we're hitting these supply chain issues because I felt like Guam is really being heralded as one of the places where our vaccination effort is to be commended, right?
Wouldn't that be great if we could get special attention because we have these giant military bases here? I don't know. I'm sure that's something the governor is talking with people about, But yes, wouldn't we be a really great example because we are an island? Vaccinate everybody and then see what happens.
Right. Or like I said, on the other side of it, they could be like, oh, Guam, they're good already. They got a lot of people vaccinated. Let's go give other people. Because they
right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, is that part of do you know of that? I mean, it's kind of above your pay grade, I'm assuming, but do you know if that's part of the pitch that we're making? Like, hey, we got all these bases here. Give us some more shots.
Well, I know there was talk earlier about, I don't know if they have a separate supply for the DOD folks.
Right.
I don't, because there was talk early, maybe a month ago about, gee, can we also vaccinate all the military? I really don't know. No, it's above my pay grade. You'd have to talk to the surgeon cell or the governor.
Right. Let me just ask you this though, with these supply chain issues, and we're talking about new vaccines coming down within the next couple months. Do you think that the release of these new vaccines, like the Johnson & Johnson or whatever, will help shore up some of these shortfalls?
I hope so. We all hope so. Yep.
Okay. Other than COVID, what else is on your radar?
The usual, TB. There's an undercount this year. We're looking at the annual numbers for everything else. And tuberculosis, there's an undercount this year because we haven't been looking for it because we've been dealing with COVID. And of course, Hansen's disease, that always comes up, as well as STDs. Those two, the STDs, sexually transmitted diseases, and tuberculosis and Hansen's, they have their own separate programs because we see so much of it. Other things, we're compiling the morbidity reports from all of the last year as we speak. And of course, COVID's up there as one of the big ones. And we always see, we're just now got a case of flu at A and B in a child reported. There's salmonella. We just saw leptospirosis recently. Right. So we just keep on top of all of it, basically, and make sure there's nothing going on. But no dengue this year. So far, not since last March. It's been a year. And it's been so rainy, I'm surprised. But we did see a lot of leptospirosis. And that's pretty much it for now. And, of course, we're still doing COVID.
Right on.
Yep.
Okay. That's it?
Pretty much. It's not over yet. It's not.
Doc, so yeah, we're anticipating the announcement to return to PCOR 3 this afternoon. I guess I'll just give you the floor in closing. What's your word of advice to people as the territorial epidemiologist?
That this pandemic is not over, and you still need to follow the rules, and you still need to wear masks. And I know, if they open up restaurants and bars and, big events, maybe you still have to wear a mask. They're actually recommending double masking. I don't know.
I know.
Wear a surgical mask and then a cloth mask to protect yourselves. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see, because we still have to follow the rules about social distance. We still have to have safety protocols in place. People still need to stand 6 feet apart at the store and, the post office and all of that. So just keep being safe. It's not over yet. That's it.
There you go. Mic drop, guys. It ain't over yet. Okay. Be safe. Thank you, Dr. Ann.
Okay.
There you go. Dr. Ann Pobutsky, territorial epidemiologist. Appreciate her time. It's always good to have her on. 7:48. Let's go to the phones here. for the link. Good morning, ma'am. You had a question?
Yes, I'm trying to find out if there's any COVID testing today.
Hold on. We got Jason on it.
Yeah, and ma'am, you said you're looking for testing, not vaccination, right?
No, just the testing.
Just for testing. Okay. I'm trying to find that.
Ma'am, let me ask you a couple questions here. So why do you want to get tested for COVID?
I actually needed to travel.
Where are you going?
North Dakota.
Whoa. 14 degrees in North Dakota.
Work.
What do you work for, NORAD?
No, Cloverdale.
Oh, wow. There's no testing today, but you can schedule at the Northern Public Health.
Could I get a number for them? The number I have, nobody's answering.
Yeah, that's the same number we have.
Okay, here. Well,
Here we go.
Okay, ma'am. Fortunately, we've got some people from public health who are actually watching our show right now.
Thank
so
you.
she goes, call 311, and then it's option number 1.
There you go.
All right, I'll do that. Thank
Okay.
you.
Good luck, ma'am, and have a safe trip.
Thank you.
Okay, there you go. 749. Yeah, so they do the testing, I believe, by appointment at the Northern Public Health, but you can also get it at any of the clinics. I know the clinics offer the testing for the virus. Okay. And then again, Northern Public Health is for testing. I believe Sabrina messaged us that it's by appointment. And I think they take everybody up there, right? Regardless of symptomatic, asymptomatic, or whatever. It's 7:50. We'll take a quick break. And we'll come back. We'll do Cover Me, which is brought to you by Burger King, where you can get the BK Big Fish and the Impossible Whopper at all Burger King locations. Good morning, Guam.
Uno Go has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time, with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to Uno Go. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. Uno Go, delivering Guam on demand.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
I'm Teresa Philippe. I'm the FSM Consul General to Guam, and I just got my first shot of the Moderna vaccine for COVID-19 today. Along with me are members of my staff and some of our FSM leaders that are here on Guam.
My name is Balik Noah Kayaweli. I'm a member of the FSM Congress, and I'm a chairman of Committee on External Affairs. I'm very happy that I'm taking the vaccine today. I'm grateful for the arrangement from the hospital and all those people that are involved in making sure that we get the vaccine today.
I'm Florencio Sincor Harper. I am a member of the FSM Congress. I am the floor leader of the FSM Congress. I was informed by our consulate office that there is this shot given to FSM citizens.
Kaselelye, my name is Rosa Welbacher, and I work for Pacific Islands Development Bank. I just took the vaccine and I'm feeling good about it.
Siame nagay ma ore course nagay COVID-19 na ne ore kuya paminta papagi kusrekom nasipa na isa ulo lomala.
Tontuk au semutan angai ewa posen vaccine pepani sakit le fiongani ewa coronavirus.
Kom kachla yang ale token silasin wet when pereti soma coronavirus.
Navai bega gavai a community rodai. Gavat megit negir green my nebu chomar na coronavirus. Manian infeka vaccine. Siro kadam gargai mab nanang iflant ngodat.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
I was tired of my lady. We've been together too long. Like the one I recorded of a favorite song. So while she lay there sleeping, I read the paper in bed. And in the personal column, I saw a letter that read, if you like pina coladas, getting caught in the rain. If you're not into yoga, and if you have half a brain. If you like making love at midnight, in the dunes of the Cape, I'm the love that you look for. Write to me and escape.
Hey, good morning, 7:56. Friday. It's a hot one out there. Coming up on the show, we'll talk with Teresa Ariola from Behavioral Health Treatment for Addicts. So what do they have there at Jibwick, like they call it? Mark Scott, Guam Guard. I think we're also getting Janella from Public Health. And we'll get a little historical coming up with Dr. Carlos Madrid and Miss Lavon Guerrero Meno of the Marianas History Conference. 7:57. Guys, BK has got the big fish just in time for Lent. They've also got the Impossible Whopper, which is Lent friendly as well. That's kind of a new one, huh? 2021 Lent friendly Whopper. Ooh, it's the future right now. BK, it's available at Micro Mall, Airport, and Agatnia. 7:57. So we'll do Cover Me, which is brought to you by the Burger King, and our performance this morning by KK. Again, it's Cover Me right here on The Link. Good morning.
I'm starting out my 7th day of sofa surfing, parading in my Calvins with no shame. I sit and think to myself, I hit the low. I look around and see no one to blame, so I can cut down the mask, give you what you need, take time to make time. I can stop procrastinating. Oh, be a little more prepared, show you that I care. I love you, I swear. Oh, yeah. So tell me, if I wasn't broke, would you spend more time with me like you said you do? Tell me what I'm supposed to do if the only thing I need is to be loved by you.
I like my girls just like I like my honey, sweet, a little selfish. I like my women like I like my money, green, a little jealous. 'Cause I'm a beautiful wreck, a colorful mess, but I'm funny. Oh, I'm a heartbreak vet, with a stone cold neck, yeah, I'm charming. Oh, the pretty girls in the world, but I'm in this space with you. Colored out the lines I came to find, my fire was fake with you. Heartache would stay with you, my great escapes with you.
We're about to clap.
That was a good one, right? That was a good one?
Good stuff. Yeah, it was a good one. It was a great one, actually. Brought to you by Burger King. It's called Cover Me. That was KK 801. We are KUAM FM. I got Guam on the radio side. The Breeze 93.9, where your go-to jam is always coming up. To our viewers on KUAM TV, good morning, and thank you so much. There's a lot of great programming coming up on KUAM TV. You check that out, or you can check this out and jump over to our Facebook Live feed or on the Breeze 93.9. There's also an audio stream on Docomo Channel 10. Again, coming up, we got Mark Scott of the Guam Guard, Janella from Public Health, and Therese Ariola from Jibwick, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. And also we'll get Dr. Carlos Madrid and Miss Levon Guerrero Meno. They're Mark co-chairs for the Marianas History Conference. That's coming up next. Again, to our viewers on KUAM TV land, good morning and goodbye. My name is Chris. Esta adios. Just like that. Good morning. It's 8:01 and a half now. Let's jump into the KUAM News Zoom room, where we have standing by Dr. Carlos Madrid, who is the Director of Research over at the Micronesian Area Research Center, and he's joined by the Mark co-chair, Miss Levon Guerrero Meno. We're talking Marianas History Conference, which, was it in the NMI last year?
Yes, buenas and half a day. Yes, it was in Guam in 2019, and this 2021, we're excited to bring it back.
So 2020, there was no Marianas History Conference.
No, it normally takes place every other year.
Oh, I see.
Every 2 years.
Okay, I gotcha. Okay, so what is the theme for this year, guys?
Levon, you want to go in?
Sure. The
The overarching theme is one archipelago, many stories, but this year's theme is navigating 500 years of cross-cultural contact. So since the time of Magellan to now.
Yes, it's also because the commemoration this year of the 500 years of the first time there was a contact with Westerners from our islands with the rest of the world. And we thought there was a good opportunity to discuss with multiple themes. No, there not only history, but also how history intersects with archaeology, with politics, with environmental resources, traditional seafaring, language, etc. So we got a great turnout of people.
Nice. Is this a live in person kind of thing, or is it in the Zoom?
It'll be a virtual conference. And because we've gone virtual, we were able to attract a larger audience with a broader spectrum. This year, I mean, as of yesterday's count, we actually maxed our 500 capacity. And so we're very excited about that. We have 65 presenters and 500 participants so far.
Wow. Well, let's talk a little bit about Cross Contact. As you mentioned, this is the 500th anniversary of the arrival of the Spanish, right, to Guam. And I know that Dr. Underwood was working on something with, I want to say, Maguette Bavacqua about commemorating. It was 500 sales or something. I'm sorry, there was a whole pandemic. Where are we with that? Is that connected to what you guys are doing?
Well, yes, in a way, yes, we're all part of the same Comisión Historiata, which is in charge of coordinating this commemoration. That is somehow a platform to discuss things of contemporary generations and address them through the lenses of history and with the perspective of 500 years. Indeed, Dr. Underwood and Dr. Bavacqua have been very active in the Commission, along many others, and it's going to be aligned with the arrival of I think there's a Spanish training ship, El Cano, that is going around the world and is making a special stopover in Guam on the week after the conference. So somehow the theme, Chris, that you're asking, the 500 years of cross-cultural contact, somehow includes all the aspects that have to do with our past, from the colonial times during the Spanish times, the U.S. Navy times, then World War II, contemporary issues, etc.
All right, let me just ask, because I feel like anytime we have cross-cultural contact, it never ends well for the Chamorro people. But which group would you say has had the most of an impact on the island of Guam?
Well, Laban, if you want to go for that.
No, Carlos, I defer to you.
Well, if I was to say, Chris, depending on what angle will you take, if you go, for example, for language or gastronomy or food, pues I would say the Spanish. No, in the colonial setting, no, we can think of the Spanish, the Japanese, or the American government. So I will say probably, but if you go from the military point of view, pues probably I will say the Japanese. So it depends on the angle, but we get what you mean, that yes, the cross-cultural contact, the islands have been they suffered colonialism for a long time, and this conference that is not only about Guam, is about the whole of the Mariana Islands. No, will include the German period as well in the Northern Mariana Islands.
Oh yeah.
So there is a lot of things to discuss and of many different levels and very sensitive matters. That's why it's very important for us to include not only scholars and academics, but also community members and cultural agents that are addressing these issues from other angles. No, and this get-together of all of us, it somehow creates and reveals the synergies on how are people understanding certain aspects of the past, or how can they inform other aspects of our present, no, like cultural tourism or cultural industries, environmental resources, how the sustainability of those, etc.
Levon, can you kind of run through who are some of the highlighted presenters during this conference? And what will they be presenting on?
For the first time, Chris, we're going to have an all Chamorro panel, and that's going to be led by the former Senator Hope Cristobal. So it's the commission, the Language Commission. They'll have their own panel that'll be all in Chamorro. We also have the Guam Preservation Trust. They will have their own panel, and it's called Ekongok y Historiata. Listen to our stories. That's another interesting that's a panel as well. We have several presentations. We have one coming in from Tinian. This will be Don Farrell. He will be talking about Camp Chulu, the sugarcane camp. And we have several folks. We have Dr. Rafael Rodriguez Ponga. He will be talking about place names.
That's cool. For what the whole?
Yeah. So we have, and then we have Frank Quimby. He's coming into, and I forget what his subject matter is. I think it is post or is the late Spanish categories where his presentation will lie. So we've got a variety of presentations. One that I would find that I think would be very interesting is one by Brett Tibbetts. He's going to do his on the whale song and how the weather, the change of climate, the climate changes is impacting the whales and their direction as it passes through the Marianas. So that's I find that to be intriguing. So we have them from different aspects, from different age groups. We have a 17-year-old coming in from St. John's talking about militarism. And then we have them as old as their mid-80s presenting. So there is a great variety of subject matter. And it just promises to be fun, very educational. And I think it'll be very good. It's going to be a very good conference. We've got a lot of Chamorro diaspora registering for this conference. We've got people from all over the world, actually, from Australia, from Germany, from Spain, and all throughout the U.S.
How do we watch it? Is there a stream, or because I know you said you were full up, but is there any availability for the average Joe or Josefa Cruz to kind of watch any of these discussions?
There has been a discussion, if Dr. Madrid will, there has been a discussion to try and open it up to release the gate valve, if you will, to allow more participation. And the participation is actually, we are not charging for registration at this time. Because of our situation, we've actually opened it up for more participants. So hopefully, sorry, by the time we get into the office, we will know whether or not that we're able to increase our participation.
Yeah. So when are you going to know? Because it doesn't start today.
It starts we're trying to get that. I'm sorry, Chris. Yes, as we're just waiting for our conference organizers to let us know, give us the go sign that we can go ahead and announce there will be more opportunities for participation.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Well, if that happens, Levon, shoot me the link and then we'll promote it on our end any way that we can.
I sure will. Thank you, Chris.
Of course. Dr. Carlos, let me ask you this, right? So, big bad Marianas History Conference like this, you would assume, or most people would assume, it's an academics only kind of thing. But what do kind of like entry level history enthusiasts, what do they have to gain from watching a lot of these talks and these presentations? Because I was talking earlier, we're very fortunate now. I feel like in our generation, like the history that we were taught in the school, it comes nowhere near what we know now. So I feel like we're really living in this time where we found out so much about our history, and there's just so much to be proud about. I mean, it's great. It's really cool that my kids have, known things about Chamorro history that they're really genuinely proud of, right? Because I feel like my generation, we spent so much of our time and energy looking outward for whatever type of validation when, all we had to do was kind of just look into ourselves. So that being said, average people, what are they going to get out of this history conference?
Right. No, Chris, you're very right. And we would say that precisely is that interaction between academics and scholars and community members that are interested in history and are practicing culture and are asking themselves the same questions that the scholars are asking. And so the interaction in between the two, it's where the knowledge is generated and the debate and the exchange of ideas. So both groups, not only they're not separated from one another, but they actually look for one another's perspectives, opinions, angles, and also even methodologies. In fact, we have presenters, as Ms. Lavan was saying, from community groups and community advocates that are going to be presenting and sharing their thoughts. It's true that now we're moving, fortunately, we moved into a trend in which we can look with comfort and pride inland and to our own indigenous culture and explore all that is to be proud of and to promote. So we can say somehow that this is the 5th Mariana History Conference, and we want to believe that we are in the same path of our predecessors in these conferences, in providing a platform for these kind of exchanges to take place.
Nice. Lavan, anything in closing you want to throw out here? Just to put you on the spot one last time, Joe.
I'm so sorry. Well, we hope that to see more people out there, and joining us, and we hope that this conference excites people to come out and to learn more about our history, of the history of the Marianas.
Right on. Dr. Madrid, thank you for your time. Anything in closing you want to put out here?
No, thank you, Chris, and your team for providing this opportunity to promote the Marianas History Conference. If we can accommodate more participants, we're going to send you the link. Thank you for offering this opportunity.
Of course. And then, hey, I know that we're still up in the air about whether or not it'll be streamed live, but how about after the fact? Are you planning to kind of cut up a lot of these discussions and presentations and put them out on maybe like social media or whatever?
That's the idea. It's all, of course, we have to respect the will of the presenters and make sure that they're comfortable with that. But we're working on that line. It will not be streamed live because the ones who can access it is the ones who registered for it. But as soon as we can upload some of, as you know, Chris, most of the presentations of the Mariana History Conference are on the Wikipedia site.
Right.
It's a reliable partner of MARC, the American Indian Era Research Center, and we're planning to do the same both for the written presentations and, if the presenters allow it, also for the recorded sessions.
Right on. Yeah, shout out Guampedia. It's a great resource. Like I was saying back in the day, you couldn't really Google, like. For example, who wrote what Chamorro song, and now if you do, usually Guampedia is like right up there. So, props to them. Doc, Ms. Lavan, thank you guys for your time this morning.
Thank you, Chris, for allowing me to be on your show.
Of course, break a leg.
Thank you, Chris. Si Dios me hace.
Yes, algo más. Okay, Ms. Lavan. There you go. I don't know. What do you say, Jay, before a history conference? Is break a leg and is it relevant or?
Like, yeah, what would you say to really get like history buffs like really jazzed about something?
Well, really jazzed.
No, if
hey,
you
all
have,
your history buffs,
you
it gets you
bunch
jazzed up about this.
Again, you have a bunch of historians, and you could say, okay, everybody, here's the conference. It's time.
Oh, I get it.
No,
yeah.
This conference has been years and years in the making.
Yeah, years and years and years and years. I don't know. I think on its with itself, it's interesting. Like
that is a really cool thing what Levon said too. It's for the first time there's an all Chamorro panel too.
Right.
So I mean,
And that's with
there's
Anti-Hope.
proper representation.
Yeah, that's cool. And
we're
then,
telling our story in our own words.
And then what they'd also said about the place names, I think that's really cool because there's so much in a place name, right? Like Barragata, Love Handles, Tizen, Stomach, Lategzen, Stirring Place because of the currents and all this stuff. So I think to me that's the kind of stuff that's really interesting. And it's also interesting to kind of note, I was looking up a word, Lutga, and like I said, you can Google, sometimes it'll come up like Chamorro words and whatnot, but just in the span of like from 1918, the definition of this word went from like one thing to what we know now, it's another. So I think it's always interesting to look back at the history and kind of see how interpretations of things like our culture and our language have changed as we've come into different contacts with different groups, whether they be Spanish, American, Japanese, Filipino, or Chinese, or whatever. That's me. I'm super into it.
But I thought it was interesting how you brought up earlier in the show when we first talked about this at the Open, how there is this renaissance of interest in Chamorro history, and now there's actual documentation of it. Because before, when you and I were just starting out high school, that's when you had the whole self-determination thing, and
Commonwealth.
I hate to say this,
right?
but
It was Commonwealth was big.
Yeah, we've talked about this with our friend Vince Regis, who's who's done so much for cultural awareness and learning, and I mean, it almost was to the point where it wasn't cool to be Chamorro. I know, like when I was at Sanchez, because
That's what I'm saying. Is like we were, like for example, my mom married a white guy because that was like the life. I mean, I'm not saying everybody's mom married a white guy, but that was just like how you, made it. A lot of Chamorros
my
felt
dad
like
married a white woman.
They felt like, oh, to make it, I got to go move to the States or I got to be Americanized. So it's cool the way it's kind of come full circle. We're now back at that place where it's badass to be a Chamorro.
But I was gonna say, remember when they changed when the Navy actually left what used to be Naval Air Station, and then they said it's gonna be called Tizen, and it evolved from the point whereas before, like when I first started high school in '89, it would have been like the punchline of all punchlines, and everybody would have assumed, oh, they're just making this up, and there's no history behind it. Let's just have some funny name and call it that. But now when you do that, everybody's like, wow, let's find out what the lineage of this is, and what's the backstory? What's the heritage?
It's the same thing with like when we like from Agania to Hagatnya,
Yeah.
I mean, we were in this generation where we saw it kind of change, and there was this whole movement from calling things what the colonizers have called it to calling it what we originally called it.
And wasn't that Governor Felix Camacho? That was like one of his last.
Yeah, I'm not sure who it was, but I
think that was Governor Camacho who said we're changing it to Hagatnya.
Yeah, it's just interesting to me. Like, you take people like Angel Santos, Underwood, Ron Tehan, a lot of these activist types, Anti-Hope Cristobal, who back then were maybe viewed as like radical or, you know what I mean? Now they're just accepted.
They're sought after for their knowledge,
right? And I think that's just really cool to me. 821 guys. So yeah, like I said, we've seen this kind of like change. Oh yeah, and Paulie Eric Forbes is another one. My good friend Father Eric.
Oh yeah.
And what's really cool is like, for example, like in Father Eric's situation, they take little things, they put it out in a blog, and it's just like kind of like, the things you know what I mean? Like, oh, wow, that's cool. I never knew that. So he'll take like historical documents and, write about them. I mean, not just Paulie Eric. There's so many. Well, one thing I was trying to say before we get out of this is I'm just so proud that when we were going to school, who was telling us our history for the most part? It was white people. White people wrote our history books. I mean, if you look at the top few Chamorro history books, they're written by white guys. And I'm not saying anything one way or the other, but I really am just so proud that now in 2021 and, in the recent past, the people who are telling us about ourselves are ourselves. So,
but do you know
it's
what?
A big win.
But a lot of those history books, which were written by ethnically non-Chamorros and everything like that, still stand as some of the more definitive ones. Like our friend Senator Clint Rigel, his father, Dr. Riley Rigel, penned one of the seminal works of Micronesian history, like throughout the region. I mean, his book still stands up today. It's an amazing work.
That was former Senator Mark Forbes' law that changed Agana to Hagatna.
Oh, it was? Okay.
And I think probably down the line did all the other villages.
Oh, okay. Tell you what, before we go, though, we want to remind everybody that we have a exclusive deal for Link family members right now, because our friends at Uno Guam, the new delivery service, are making a very, very special promo code available to anybody who's on Guam right now, and you want to enjoy the first Friday of the Lenten season. You want to have a really good meal if you are at work, at school, even if you have it delivered to your house for lunch or dinner. Just make sure to check out uno-go.com and then use the promo code when you pick your meal. And there's dozens of participating restaurants, so make sure to check it out. And when you use the promo,
just do it. Pop up the thing.
That line.
Ready, it's on there. Okay, yeah.
When you use your Link promo code, or use the promo code Link100, LINK.
You're saying it wrong. It's Link 100.
Link 100. 100.
Link 100.
Yeah, now people are going to be using the wrong promo code.
No. It's Link 100.
Yeah.
LINK 100.
Yeah, 100. That's the important thing. And you will get no delivery fees for the first 100 use. Actually, I should say it's the first 99, because I got lunch today, apparently.
Yeah. Well, you said it.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you to our
make
partner.
sure to check that out. It's a special deal that we're making available just for you guys on the Link family to welcome you guys to the Lenten season.
All right, we're going to take a break. It's 8:23 right here on The Link, which is brought to you by Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier. Good morning.
Catch The Link. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Commenters were saying no, that was actually former Senator Mark Forbes,
right?
Speaker Mark Forbes. And then Joser jumped in right when we went to commercial break, and he goes, no, you remember what Governor Camacho's thing was from Guam to Guahan.
Right. And I remember at the time it was like, I don't think we realized how, because if you look back at it and you kind of like gauge where we are now, like with the culture and the history and the Renaissance and all that, that was just one of those things I think was kind of pivotal, where we went to, like I said, calling ourselves by what others called us to calling ourselves or what we called it our Guahan. So it's big. 8:26. Good morning. It's February 19th, the year of our Lord 2021, on a Friday. Let's head into the Zoom room, the KUAM News Zoom room, where we have the director of Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, Therese Ariola, standing by. Good morning, Therese.
Good morning, Manana Sijos. Good morning, everyone. How are you?
We're doing good. Just wanted to bring you on for an update, but because we've been talking about just addiction and all the issues with crystal meth on the island, so we kind of wanted to bring you on, and we could just start there about treatment programs, options that are available through JBWIC.
Yep. Thank you very much, Chris.
Of course.
And thank you, everybody. Yes, Guam Behavioral Health is your state mental health and behavioral health agency. And so those who find themselves at the mercy, or if you will, through of addiction, whether it's alcohol or any type of drug, Guam Behavioral Health is here to help you. Let's start with everyone should have our crisis hotline number on their refrigerator, on their cell phone, and that's 647-8833, 647-8833. And so if you find yourself needing to talk to anybody about addiction or depression or anxiety or anything really that your physician, your doctor would not, be the right person to go to, Guam Behavioral Health is probably the right agency to talk to. With regards, because we are your state drug agency, we do have programs. Our drug and alcohol branch is called New Beginnings. Many of you have heard it been called that. So when they say New Beginnings, that's Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's drug and alcohol branch. And we have a wonderful group of folks, professionals, that is there to serve you. We have partners with NGOs. You do have to go through Guam Behavioral Health, go through intake, get assessed, be determined that truly you are in need of certain level of services, and be referred to our New Beginning program, who will help you navigate the next steps. But we do have contractual agreements because we can't do it alone. And there are nonprofit organizations out there that do it well, like Sanctuary for Teens, like Oasis for Women, and Salvation Army for Men. And so we have three major nonprofit organizations that partner with us. We have contractual agreements to assist us in the residential recovery program. And so, and in addition to that, because drug and alcohol addiction and recovery, more especially, is a major priority for the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration, you know that we've been working on several initiatives. For example, the 3.7 detox unit that we've been talking about quite a bit should have been open in 2020, but because of COVID has delayed several recruitment processes. And so we are looking forward to that ribbon cutting and that grand opening for the 3.7 detox unit at the Guam Behavioral Health main facility in Tamuning, late March, early April. I mean, we're at the last, I would say 90% of what we need to get done. And a lot of that is recruitment delays. One of the major recruitments is coming from off island. And so that is an issue that COVID has really
complicated,
pushed back,
right?
If you will.
Yeah. So who are Teresa? Who's getting recruited from off island that's going to be able to assist with this detox unit?
Well, 3.7 is a detox unit, and so there needs to be a medical personnel, if you will. It's not just psychiatric. And so we have coming in an advanced practitioner registered nurse who will be able to give out prescription drugs for the detox unit. That is, it doesn't sound like it's a difficult recruitment, but it really is at this time. Yeah. It's very difficult. And so we're about, it's going to be on the 3rd floor of the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. Guam Behavioral Health had the unit before, the detox unit, but I can tell you that it's been closed since Pang Sangwa. Now, Pang Sangwa was 2002,
right?
2002.
Leche.
So we do the math, it's about 19 years ago,
right?
20 years ago that Guam has not had this kind of service. And it's a need, because once you determine that you really need medically assisted detoxing services, then from there, you can go into residential or educational drug and alcohol services, depending on the level of care you need, And then we work with our NGOs.
Right.
We refer out to our NGOs.
So, Therese, you think, given the widespread prevalence of meth addiction, that most people who are trying to check into this 3.7 unit, or most of the people who are just trying to get clean in general, do you think that most of them need medically assisted
Absolutely.
detox treatment?
Absolutely. You can't go cold turkey. Your body will medically react. And so, the will to recovery is a personal choice. We can do it we cannot do it for our loved ones. We can't do it for our children. We can't do it for our husbands and wives and brothers and sisters. They personally need to be convinced that they want to be clean, and they need to do it from themselves. I've seen too many times, and at a personal level, people who desire to beat this addiction, but do it for other reasons, whether it's their children or their family members. But it really needs to come from their soul and wanting and believing that they can do it. And so that is why it is not uncommon when you see people who have the desire to get cleaned up and to have a new path, but then they slip again. And by the way, when it comes to drug addiction or alcohol addiction, for that matter, the notion of family members that let's put them in a program and then they'll be completely fixed, right, and we don't have to deal with this again is unfortunately a wrong thought. These are our brothers and sisters, our children, our family members who are like us, human beings. They will slip, they will make mistakes. But the difference is if they go into a recovery program that they have chosen to go through, is that they will have the skill set to start all over again, because every minute, every day is a new day, is a restart button for them. And so that's the big difference of not just thinking they can do it themselves and going through a program. They will have the skill set and to start all over again. And again, it could be every day, it could be, months of sobriety, and then all of a sudden they slip for whatever reason, but that's okay. What matters is, and the saying, what matters is that you get up and you try again.
Right.
And so it's the reset that matters. And as a community, we need to encourage that. We cannot judge that what happened to you, you went into recovery and then all of a sudden you're like this again. We can't do that. You just say, it's okay, forgive yourself, you know what you need to do.
Yeah.
Let's get back on track.
Yeah, man, Teresa, just it's just so tragic when you see like somebody in the news, even people who were in the news they get pulled over, whatever, and then sometimes I'll just Google to see if they have any priors, and then it's the same people who were just getting arrested throughout the years. I mean, I was just looking at a case, a guy who was arrested yesterday was arrested back in 2012 for pretty much the same thing with crystal meth. But I wanted to share just a personal story. My mom's brother, and we lived together. He was just very addicted to crystal meth and ice. And I'm talking about going back to the 90s, like going back to like the Cabo
So it's been decades.
Right.
It's been decades.
Right. And so he was, major issues with the family, and it was the same thing. And which is why this is, with the meth and addiction and the enforcement and all that, that's why it hits so close to me, is because I've lived with it, you know what I mean? Right in front of my face.
Right.
And, it transforms family into people you love, from people you love into people that you just can't stand. And a lot of times, they're stealing. And then
They're stealing from your home.
Right. Yeah.
Their home.
And it's just so in our culture, because we don't want to be confrontational a lot of times. I can't even remember how many times my uncle would steal something and we would just pretend like it just got lost, because it was way easier than having to confront him about, hey, you stole these earrings, or hey, you stole that, so you could swap it to go get whatever. But anyway, it sounds like it's going to be a bad story, but what ended up happening was after so many years, you're right, decades of addiction, my uncle had a moment where he met someone that he was very fortunate to meet a wonderful woman. And I remember he sat down and he talked with me and he was like, Chris, I don't know what to do because I feel like this woman is too good for me. And if she knows that, I'm addicted to meth, that I'm, smoking ice, I feel like I'm going to lose her. So I said, Uncle Greg, this woman's a good woman. Just come clean and tell her. And so that's what he did. And so this woman and my mom's brother, they went through the whole process. They went to the doctor. They did exactly what you're talking about with the medically assisted detoxing. I think he was on steroids or something. And so he ended up getting clean. And then they, and she's like a civil service employee, so they get stationed in different parts of the world.
Right, of the world.
And so he's been clean ever since. And I just look at him, and I know that people out here
it's
can do
Chris,
it.
Your story is just change the name,
right,
and it could be anybody's family story.
Yeah.
But this woman came into your uncle's life as an angel, really, because it led him to realize that he needed to be clean. I'm a strong believer that people pass through your life, whether temporarily or permanently, for a reason. There's a reason why you and I are talking. There's a reason why I'm going to be meeting somebody later on this afternoon that maybe I've never met at the grocery store and say hi to. I mean, I think of things like, you're going to the grocery store and a simple wave of hi could stop somebody's suicide attempt.
Right.
So, I'm a strong believer that people come into your lives for a reason. And this woman was a good influence, but your uncle made that decision to become clean, went through whatever program he needed to be. And so I say to people that say it's too hard, yeah, it's hard, but there's a million stories true of success. So you are no different, but it's every day. And I'm sure your uncle has had days where he felt like slipping or maybe slipped, but the following day got up and went back on the right path. We're human beings, so that's expected. But I just want to say, when you talked about the family, it is important that the family, they say the drug addiction does not just hurt the person who takes drugs. And it's so true, because look at your story. It affected your family. You had to pretend like it was stolen. So because it's too difficult and too painful to think, yes, my uncle is stealing from us. That's too painful for a family to accept. So it's better to say, oh no, I don't know, maybe it wasn't there.
Right.
Or I don't know, maybe somebody else took it. Who was here this weekend?
Or I can't remember where I put it. Oh man.
Or I can't remember where I put it. Maybe I just misplaced it.
Yeah.
But let me just talk a little bit about family.
Right.
Families who have a loved one, especially if they're living with them, it's just important for family members to seek professional help on how to support their loved one who is going through recovery. Because to think, and families have the best intentions, trust me, how you're loving them today, you can love them tomorrow the same way. No, the person that comes out of recovery is a totally different person. The fact of the matter is, it's not a memory erase. They didn't erase the fact that they took drugs for decades or drank their life away for decades. They're dealing with that. And so my greatest advice to family members is seek your own kind of counseling on how to properly love and assist and support your loved one that's going through recovery. Because the household has to change. The mindset of the house has to change. Or else your loved one will be going back to the same kind of triggers. So, that saying of, drug addiction really affects the whole family.
Right.
That's not just a saying. It's very true.
Reality. Therese, let me
It's
ask
reality.
you, how difficult is it? Because I see it when people slip. Part of what it is that they go through the process, they take the steps, some get into these programs, they get clean, and then they're right back out
They
here
go
again.
over it over and over again. I know
Right.
people who've gone through programs over like 2-3 times.
Yeah, but a lot of it is because when you mention triggers, they go out and they might be clean, but then they're seeing the same people that they used to,
Right.
smoke with or whatever.
The friends, the family, the environment. That's right. And so you see, it is not uncommon to see repeat people go through recovery programs. And that's probably because they still need more intensive help. But it's multi-layer, okay? It's not just the recovery program and maybe staying in a residential treatment home for months at a time, because it's easy to feel empowered and it's easy to feel clean and on the right path when you're in a home that's completely focused on that. Everybody in the home is completely focused about uplifting your spirit. We can do this, going through the lessons, going through the counseling, going through the sessions. But when they leave, that's why it's not also uncommon for people to be fearful of leaving the residential home, because they know that it's not that kind of support, 100% kind of support that they've been living in for months through the recovery residential program that they're in it's not going to be there. So that is why you sometimes see people go through recovery programs more than once, because they're not quite ready. But it's multi-layer. It's not just the program. They have to continue with their sessions with their counselors. They have to continue with making the right choices. Like you said, if there's certain groups of people that you shouldn't be hanging out with because maybe they're doing drugs or maybe their friends are doing drugs, you need to change your way of life. I know people who completely left Guam because of that.
Right.
I mean, literally left Guam and have been living a sober, productive, very successful life somewhere else. Why did they leave Guam? Because they didn't know, and it was too much around them, that they chose life over this. And so, yes, changes need to happen. You have to change your ways. That is what I mean by the environment needs to change. Not only does the person in recovery need to make certain choices. I don't want to hang out with those certain friends. Those family members, we are never going to that party, any party they go to. And that's okay, because your life is more important than any party. And if your friends are really your friends, they will understand. They will completely understand. Why? Oh, I invite you to a party, but you didn't come. Well, why do you think? Because there's too much alcohol and they're in recovery. If you're a friend, you will really understand why certain friends don't go to your parties or don't come to your house anymore.
Right.
Now, if they don't understand it, then they might not be your friend, and then you can reassess that.
Therese, you know they say the first thing you got to do is admit that you have a problem. So with Guam's drug problem, and when we admit that we do have one, how bad is it to you from what you see?
Yes. First of all, admitting to yourself is really the key, right? Because until you admit that you need help, it's not the drug problem or the alcohol problem. People tend to say that easily, more easy than ever. I can tell you I have a drug problem. I can tell you I have a drinking problem. It is not that. It's the acceptance that you need help and you can't do it alone. That's the more difficult thing. And seeking that help, because a lot of people tell themselves, I know I have a drug problem, but I can do it on my own. I know I have a drinking problem, I can do it on my own. But the trigger is if you can, then you would have already. No person wants to be in this dark hole. And so it's the need to admit that you need help that's more difficult than the admission that they have a problem. A lot of people admit they have problems, but they, whatever, pride, personal pride, family embarrassment to seek help, is a lot of the problems, not wanting to embarrass their family members because they have to check in into a program or not, it's the need to say, I have a drug or alcohol problem. I know it, but I can't do it alone. That's the hardest part, I think, for people. But this is what I say to people because I have friends that are in this situation. You never were alone to begin with. And as human beings, we're not here in this planet to navigate it alone anyway. So whether you're in addiction or not addiction, we as human beings have problems all the time. It could be financial problems, familial problems, not getting along with your children, not, navigating, you're not really happy at work, whatever it is. We've never been meant to navigate our lives alone. We have always been, we are here to not only help each other, but to guide each other through this journey. And so when people get wrapped up in, I'm either too embarrassed to seek help or my pride is to, I can't seek help, I need to do this alone, I can do it alone. It's a very false sense of the way of life, the way it should be. We all need help.
Therese, when you talk about admitting that you have a problem, right? So for those out there who admit that they have a problem, do you feel that the government is doing enough to help them? Can we do more?
There's always room for improvement, always. And one of those things that we need to do as a community is stop closing a blind eye to certain things. For example, you mentioned your uncle's situation. That is a scenario that is so common in many homes. So one of the things that we need to do as a community is to admit that if I see a family member who is drowning, like spiraling down in their life, could be alcohol, could be drugs, or just could be depression, that you need to step in and try to talk to them to get the help they need. Sometimes it's called tough love. Instead of closing a blind eye and pretending, we need to look at them in their face in the most loving and compassionate way and say, you need help. And the thing you think is a secret is no longer a secret. Everybody knows you're taking drugs.
Right. So
Everybody knows
Therese,
you're in trouble.
if I admit I have a drug problem, I need help, and I call the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, what help can you provide me?
You can actually come to the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. We've been open. We've never closed, even through the pandemic. We can get an assessment, immediate assessment that day, and you'll be referred to, if it's a drug and alcohol, because, there's depression for other help that we give. Then you will be referred to New Beginnings, and they will immediately determine what level of care you need. If, come late March, early April when detox opens, if you qualify for the detox, you would be admitted to the detox and be on your way to recovery or to the steps of recovery. If you don't need detox level, then you will be referred to New Beginnings and be determined whether you are just getting educational, outpatient, or residential recovery. So there's some steps, levels of recovery programs. And that can happen today. Like Guam Behavioral Health takes walk-ins. I get calls, I'm not joking, I get calls every day from close family, friends, even second, third degree. My cousin, my sister needs help. The first thing that I tell them is to bring them up to Guam Behavioral Health now. But make sure that they're doing it. They have to be willing. You know, again, as family members, we tend to say, okay, I'm going to bring my child because I know for a fact they have a drug problem. But it really needs to be the child or the person's choice. Now, children are a little bit different because we have jurisdiction over children, family, parents too. You can bring your child in. But when it comes to adults, it's really tricky because it's tricky when I say, because I can't bring my husband or my sister or brother who is over 18 and drag their butts up to Guam Behavioral Health and say, you know, Guam Behavioral Health, this is my sister, my brother. She's been taking ice for 5 years. She needs help. It's not going to work unless the sister or the brother admits and wants and ask for it themselves. Because what's going to happen is these people are going to walk through the program, take the time for social workers, counselors to talk to them, but then leave the program. But, and that's okay. I'm just saying that's what we do, but we would like to see people who are convinced that they need help themselves, right? We have a tendency as because we're a loving community to want to drag our family members in who are adults, but it needs to come from them. They need to say, okay, mom, I need help. Please take me there or find me help. And all you have to do is go to Guam Behavioral Health as a walk-in, and that's what you tell them.
So do you take walk-ins? I mean, how many walk-ins do you get in a week?
You're asking me, a lot. I mean, a week. I mean, in a day, we can have anywhere between 15 to 20. It just depends. You know, it fluctuates, you know. It really just depends because everybody comes to light in different times of their life, right? So just so happens, an example would be perhaps it's a new year and people want to say, you know, for the new year, I'm going to go get help. So kind of similar to physical, you know, like exercising. Right. There's a real big intake in the beginning of the year because they want to really transform their lives. I'm not saying, I don't have the stats in front of me, but we get we get a lot of walk-ins. And again, it's not just for drug or alcohol addiction. We had a lot of walk-ins that say, you know, I feel like I've been living in this darkness of depression, anxiety. And I've just realized, what am I doing trying to navigate this on my own? Let me go get help. I tell people all the time, you have nobody has a problem going to your physician, right? If you have a cold or you broke an arm, this kind of help is a different kind of help. If there's anything bothering you in your heart or in your mind, that's what Guam Behavioral Health is all about. It's your heart and your mind, right? And so if we don't have problems going to Dr. So-and-so because, you know, I sprained my arm or I fell and my hip hurts or I sprained my ankle or broke my bone, people need to realize that this is just a different type of doctor, a different kind of help. And there should be no, the stigma of getting mental or behavioral health assistance should not be there. We are all human beings. Show me one person who doesn't have a problem, and I'm going to tell you that person's a robot. You know, we all have hearts. We all have problems. Life is not easy for everybody. You might think somebody else's life is easier than yours, but they just have different types of problems, you know? And so we're here to help navigate each other through this thing called life. And so just like what you folks are doing, asking me to come on so that I can share with people of Guam how they can get help, You know, you have a role, I have a role, everybody has a role. Family members have a role to get our family members and our friends the help they need. And so,
Right.
again, you know,
and you talk
is
about
just here to
admitting,
help.
you know, you have to admit that you have a problem. And I just wanted to just hear a little bit more. Does the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center have a problem with providing enough help to people, whether it be addiction issues or mental health issues? Do you guys have a problem in helping people, having enough resources to help these people fight the problems that they're having?
Well, thank you. Okay, I'll talk about staffing then. In general, I always have money. The money is not the problem. I have money in my budget today to hire 2 more psychiatrists. But there's just nobody fighting. I mean, we're getting interviews. We're taking interviews from off island. We're hoping psychiatrists, it's just a small pool of psychiatrists on island. And we probably have, you know, we have 3 right now. I would like another 2 at least, but we're managing. We're managing. Social workers, you know, there's a need of social workers, counselors. These are fields that are so much needed. It's interesting because Monday I have a meeting that the Lieutenant Governor has pulled together. Lieutenant Governor Josh has pulled together the social work college dean, Dr. Natividad, as well as Dr. Trish Lazama. We're trying to figure out where are the graduates, because Guam Behavioral Health and I can say my sister health agency, Public Health, are having a hard time finding these degree holding folks. Where are they? I keep hearing that they're not all, now if they're all employed, that's one thing, but I keep hearing that they're not. So where are they? Why are they not applying? Why are they not, you know, did they move off island? So actually Monday, the Lieutenant Governor has pulled a meeting together to figure out where is this gap between graduating and getting them gainfully employed in the government agencies that desperately need them and have the money to hire them. So yeah, there's a gap there. I'm not sure. I know a lot, I've heard that some folks graduated in May, and because they have children, the timing was right, where they were able to stay home and not get employed yet, seek employment. Now that we're going back into a more, I guess, face-to-face, and maybe, you know, thank goodness, and we're so blessed, you guys, let me tell you. You know, when you look at the national news, how well we're doing as a community compared to the state side. You know, hopefully when school gets back, maybe these folks who are staying home and haven't sought jobs will now be available to be hired. But we'll find out Monday. We have a meeting with the social work leads up at the University of Guam, Dr. Natividad and Dr. Lazama, to say, where are your graduates? We want to hire them. We're going to have another meeting with the counseling right after that, because I can't believe that everybody who has degrees have jobs. Where are they?
Yeah.
So yeah, when you talk about does Guam Behavioral Health have the resources, money is not a problem. We have the money to hire counselors, social workers, and psychiatrists and psychologists. It's almost like we're competing with the world. I'm not sure what's going on.
Teresa,
we'll find out.
I know you talked about the walk-ins, but how many court-ordered recovery clients do you get? Is there a lot?
Well, right now, I can tell you, because I get the census every morning, 7 o'clock. I can tell you that the inpatient census right now for court order, I have 9 in my house right now. It just depends. It depends on the courts and their referrals. But we have 9 right now in-house as of this morning. Which leads to another thing that Guam Behavioral Health is doing. So last summer, Governor Liu, in consultation with Joe Carbolito, the Director of Department of Correction, and myself, and the Lieutenant Governor, we recognize that there is a major gap in services when it comes to the prison population, for especially when drug and alcohol addiction. So the governor last summer wrote an executive order, and that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. That was Jason. He was just talking.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Go
okay.
ahead.
It's okay. So last summer, the executive order came out that mandated Guam Behavioral Health to take over the mental health and behavioral services at the Department of Correction. People might think, well, why was that necessary? Well, because in the past, the Department of Correction had its small unit, a small unit of mental health professionals. But we recognize that the Department of Correction is not in the business of mental health and behavioral health services. They're in the business of safety and of the prisoners. And so the best thing to do is partner up with the people who are the subject experts for that. So Guam Behavioral Health, we're in the process right now, and it could be next week, sometime next week or early March, that we're going to be writing the MOU. That executive order led to an MOU of an agreement between Department of Correction and Guam Behavioral Health. And soon after that, so this summer, Guam Behavioral Health is going to be at Department of Correction. That is another thing we need to build that cohort of professionals that services them. Because right now, I can tell you, other than the program called RSAT, which happens at the tail end of someone's sentence, if they even qualify for that program, there are no drug and alcohol programs, groups being offered to the 80% of prisoners who are in there because of drug or alcohol crimes. And so they're sitting there serving their sentence, but gaining no skills to get out of this world this drug or alcohol addiction world when they get out. There's only a handful of lifers at the Department of Correction. The rest of them will serve their sentence and leave.
And then they'll come back.
And they'll come back if they don't get the right kind of services to change their life. So we got together and we said, this is crazy. What do we do? What's missing? And what's missing is proper program in the Department of Correction for that captive audience that was put in jail because of either, something with drug related or alcohol related. And they need to go through programs. They need to go through education. They need to go through groups. They need to get the skills and the mindset that they can get out of this so that when they eventually serve their time, they can go out in the community and make better choices. Absent those programs, they're going to go back to what they know.
You
Again,
said
we talk about environment of change.
Right. You said the executive order was signed last summer, and the MOU is just going to be signed next week. What took so long?
Oh, it's actually, it could be longer if we didn't. What took so long is we need to establish policy. Guam Behavioral Health doesn't know how to be in a correctional facility. So we hired through our grants, with the federal grants, we brought in a consultant who specifically does this, helps behavioral and mental health agencies establish and stand up programs in a correctional facility. Because it's not as easy as people think. Oh, you know, okay, Guam Behavioral Health, just go in there. It's a different culture in the correctional facility. And our culture that we're accustomed to at, you know, the Tamuning facility is not the culture at Department of Correction. There's a whole dynamic of movement. Like, you don't move, you just don't move. I mean, everything is safety issue, safety first, and then programming, right? So we brought in a national consultant, which we are so blessed to have brought in. We were able to pay with it. Our SAMHSA funder, our federal funders approved it. We brought her in. Her name is Dr. Deborah Pinals. If you look her up, she is a hotshot in this arena. And she is a consultant to the consultants of the national bodies that advise Congress. Wow. So we are very blessed to have been able to get her. We were able to connect with her because Guam Behavioral Health belongs to some national bodies. You know, I attend a lot of meetings. These times, nowadays, last year, it's been a lot of virtual meetings. But the National Association of State Mental Health Program Directors, NASADAD, which is the National, you know, Alcohol and Drug National Associations. I belong to all these because of Guam Behavioral Health. We were able to connect. I was able to connect with the resources of Dr. Pinals through that. And she's been working with us for months to stand up the program. We needed to draw up policies because there were no policies in place. We needed to draw up a budget. We're doing cross-sectioning, crosswalk. We're looking at data. What are the population over there? What are their needs? And so we're still doing it. We have weekly meetings with her. But we're at the point, she even helped us draft the MOU. We saw the MOU in our side of Guam Behavioral Health side. We probably reviewed it throughout our department for the month of November. I'm sorry, October, November. When November, I was ready to transmit it to Department of Corrections, my colleagues there for their review, their internal review. However, if you recall what happened in November and December, Department of Correction had a lockdown because they had a major outbreak. So guess what? That just put a stop to that effort. I understood Joe and Bob, they just couldn't deal with anything else other than the immediate crisis, which is to contain the COVID spread in the prison. So November and December was out. January came around. We started talking again. We're now in February.
Right on.
And they're doing their review. We were supposed to have we're scheduled to have a joint meeting, department meeting today, but we needed to postpone it. Mm-hmm. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's scheduled for Tuesday. Mm-hmm. Because the meeting of the minds. Now, I'm just going to say, change is difficult for people. So some at the Department of Correction might think that we're coming in to judge, but there's no judgment here. We're coming in to just do work. But change is difficult. And so, you know, having to align policies and making sure that we don't step on each other's toes. We are CARF accredited, so we have a lot of standards that we go through. We go through the standard curriculum of CARF and make sure that there's a whole section in the CARF accreditation of standing up behavioral health services in a correctional facility. So that's a whole new source of standards that we needed to be familiar with because we're not familiar with it last year. So that's why it kind of took a bit long. That's the long.
Thank you for that very detailed answer, Therese.
But by any chance, is your agency working with GURA on any upcoming projects? Because I think one of our reporters was listening in on one of the GURA board meetings, and they made mention about, I think, some sort of facility or something that might be built.
Yep. So thank you for bringing that up. That's one of the we have a lot of large projects going on, right? You know, I talked about 3.7 opening soon. There's two large projects that GURA is assisting us with. Governor Leon Guerrero and Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio has committed and has identified DOI funding for the building for the permanent house and the permanent building of New Beginnings. As important as drug and alcohol recovery is, the department New Beginnings division or unit, a branch, is renting because there's just no space for it in the main facility. As a sign of commitment by this administration, we are building a house, a real 3-story building. So if you've been to Guam Behavioral Health, you know that building picture behind me?
Yeah.
And you look to the left, there's this huge pavilion. You know, I don't know if you walk around, that is the future site of the 3-story New Beginnings building. And that is expected to ground break this year, towards the end of the year. That's the commitment of this administration, that recovery of drug and alcohol is real, their commitment. So that's one project. And GURA, I'll tie in the GURA section there. And GURA is assisting us with the A&E conceptual cost estimate. So they're doing some technical assistance, helping us. As sister agencies in the government, they're helping us instead of us having to go out and hire an A&E firm. They have the capacity in-house right now. They have a wonderful engineering lead, Sonny Perez, and his team, who has been up at Tamuning assessing, and we're actually expecting the conceptual report anytime now. I mean, when I say anytime, it could be today or early next week, that anytime now. So thanks to GURA's technical assistance, they're helping us in the New Beginnings construction building A&E concept cost estimate. Right. On a second project tied into drug and alcohol recovery, Department of Youth Affairs, bless her heart, Lonnie Brennan, has a facility in Talafofo, and it's called Cottage Homes. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's a 22-acre, beautiful, serene property, gated, 3 large buildings that was built, I'm not sure, I think in the 2000s, that DYA has not used in years. Wow. When we've been, the Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, myself, and DYA have standing weekly meetings. When we were looking at the need of what is it going to take to curb this drug addiction from youth to adult, right? Because what happens at DYA, if we don't reform and we rehabilitate, it will lead to more adult problems. So there's a connection. So the Lieutenant Governor came up with, we need to assess government resources and buildings that are either underutilized or not utilized at all. DYA actually said, I have cottage homes that DYA had not used for years prior to the administration coming in. I said, well, I can take it because that can be bed expansion. So thus were born the recovery bed expansion program. And that is to identify government resources that are either underutilized or not utilized at all and transform them into more recovery beds so that more folks can get help in recovery. It's a beautiful 22-acre gated community with 3 beautiful buildings that, because of years of not being used, of course, they needs to be renovated. So tying in GURA again, thanks to Ray Topashnia and the GURA engineering team, they have agreed to do a cost estimate of recovery, of renovation. That is expected either today or early next week, the same time as the New Beginnings building concept report. There has been a commitment by the front office to find the money to do the renovations. The renovations are not, I mean, it's, I can't even estimate, maybe less than $500,000, which, you know, really is a drop in the bucket when you think of all the people we can help. I'm not sure what it is, but it's beautiful 3 buildings that are meant for residential for children, but it's never used. But it wasn't built for kids. It's not like a kid-sized rooms or anything. So it can easily be transformed into adult recovery beds. So we're really excited about that, and we thank GURA for assisting us technically on, and more importantly, I want to thank DYA for letting that resource go and not holding. You know, sometimes we tend to hold things just to own, right? But Lonnie knows, you know, she's been from the court. She knows we need to help people so that they can stop going through the court system and stop ending up at DOC. Right. She knows. You know, recovery, the whole nation is on this. It's not incarceration, it's treatment. We are in the treatment mode. People who are pulled over for drug or alcohol addiction or use do not belong in a correctional facility. They belong in recovery treatment programs. All you're doing is locking them up. Yeah. You're not changing the mindset and you're not changing behavior. That's all about treatment and education. So, Talafofo Cottage Homes, the plan is renovation this summer. And if all goes well, by the next fiscal year, which starts in October, we'll have more recovery beds.
Well, thank you so much for that update. And,
yeah, Therese.
Really, it's good to hear, you know, because we all know that we have a really bad drug problem on Guam, and oftentimes we hear, oh, there's a waiting list, there's, you know, can't get help, and right. So to hear that, you know, there are plans.
And sometimes there's a waiting list because sometimes people all come at one time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then sometimes there's nobody comes.
Right. It's good to hear
it's just, you know, when you asked, you know, what's the census, like how many people do we get in? It really just depends.
Yeah.
I don't know what triggers it.
Sometimes, I mean,
maybe
like you said, it's a new year. Maybe it's
new
Lent,
year, maybe,
right?
or it's Lent. Maybe some people will do it because of Lent.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, you know, whatever it is, we try to accommodate, because if we can't get them into recovery, like let's say there's a wait for a bed in one of our residential recovery programs, then at the very least, they're already in our system and getting group counseling or, you know, or education. So it's not a waste, because while they're waiting for that intensive residential bed program, they're going to be serviced by New Beginnings. So it's definitely not a waste. I mean, they eventually probably have to get to residential, but until that bed opens up. But, you know, again, it's just timing, and I can't even tell you why certain times there's like a waiting list and certain times there's not a waiting list. You know, it just depends when people come into Guam Behavioral Health and seek the help they need.
Therese, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Thank you very
your time.
much,
Yeah.
Chris and Sabrina. I really appreciate the time.
You're welcome.
You know,
anytime.
every time you guys bring me in, it's just getting the word out there that we're here to help. We're here to help. That's what we're here for. I'm here to serve.
Thank you, Therese. And keep in touch with me.
Thank you.
If you want to get if you want to get any counselors or anybody on, just shoot me a message and we'll totally clear the way for them.
I appreciate that. And, again, we're looking for social work holding degree holders. So if you're a social worker out there that for whatever reason have not landed a job or maybe has postponed seeking a job and are interested in getting a job, please do contact my office and let's talk.
Thank you, Therese.
Stay safe.
Thank you so much. Have a very blessed and safe weekend. We're doing well, Guam, so thank you very much. We're very blessed. Thank you.
Besta. Right on. That's good to hear, with especially the stuff about the RSAT program, because I've covered that before, and it's always full.
Yeah.
They had, I think, only room for 17 slots. Right. And so I remember I did a thing before the pandemic. I was over at DOC, and the social work guy there at DOC was saying, yeah, it's just always full, and people are dying to get into it. So it's good that they're expanding it and working in conjunction with Jibwick. That's what they call it.
They call it Jibwick?
Yeah. Okay. 9:23, guys. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with Mark Scott of the Guam National Guard next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
Uno Go has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time, with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to Uno Go. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. Uno Go, delivering Guam on demand.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
As restaurants and bars decide to open, consider these tips to protect employees, customers, and communities and slow the spread of COVID-19. Urge employees to stay home if they feel unwell. Require employees to frequently wash their hands, especially before, during, and after preparing food and after touching garbage. Wash hands with soap and water for at least 20 seconds. Have employees wear masks if feasible. Have enough supplies to support healthy hygiene, including soap, hand sanitizer, paper towels, disinfectant wipes, masks, and no-touch trash cans. Clean and disinfect frequently touched surfaces like door handles, phones, cash registers, bathrooms, chairs, tables, and countertops. Use disposable food service items to limit sharing of items like menus, utensils, and condiments. Use touchless payment options to avoid direct hand-to-hand contact between customers and employees. Encourage customers to use drive-through, delivery, or takeout options. When seating customers, prioritize outdoor seating. Change the layout of tables or chairs to make sure parties are spaced at least 6 feet apart. Consider installing barriers such as sneeze guards or partitions at cash registers, host stands, or where staying at least 6 feet apart may be difficult. Avoid large gatherings and discourage crowded waiting areas by using a phone app or text to let parties know when their table is ready. Rotate or stagger staff shifts and break times to limit the numbers of employees working at the same time. Remind staff to stay at least 6 feet away from each other and customers as much as possible. Post signs and posters to promote healthy hygiene habits among staff. Include messages about healthy hygiene when communicating with vendors and customers, such as in emails, on business websites, and on social media accounts. For more information and tips to consider, check out the link on the screen.
Always feeling misunderstood. Am I a have or a have not? Shoulda, coulda, but no judgments won't hinder me. Upbuild my vision of positivity. I am who I am, there's no way that I'm changing that. If I go back on who I am, what does that leave me at? Struggle like you, but just on a different lane. So we gotta stay in your lane, cause we all have a different path. Don't worry, they all lead to the same place. Stay in your lane, no matter who's been weaving in and out. Going through the same, but not the same things. Same, but not the same. Going through the same, but not the same. Same, but not the same. Going through the same, but not the same. Every day is a blessing to me, yeah. I wake up feeling grateful, awakening. Count my blessings before my pain. Thinking maybe the sky's blessing me with rain. I won't look down, keep my chin.
All right, good stuff there, Boomer. Chris Boomer, stay in your lane. Tribute song to the late Brian the Ripper Cruz. Good morning. It's 9:30. Headed to the KUAM News Zoom room. We're sitting by from the Guam National Guard. Mark Scott. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Chris. Hi, Bree. Hi, Jason. Hi, Joe, sir. Good morning, Guam. Off a day.
There you go. 9:31. We'll just start, I guess, with COVID talk. What are you guys involved in as far as the COVID and vaccination, not just for today, but for the coming week?
Yeah, you said it, Chris. That's our main effort right now, is the COVID-19 vaccination clinic at the UOG Fieldhouse in support of public health. You might have heard it before, but we're accepting appointments to be booked online at Eventbrite. And we encourage folks to go ahead and book your appointment if you're eligible. And dose 2 is the priority. So we've been doing this for almost a month now, and we're going to continue to do it as long as we need to so we can help liberate Guam.
I know that initially there was a little bit of a rough spot there when you stood it up over at UOG, but since then you've kind of ironed everything out, Mark. And if you could just describe the process for the people who are going.
Yeah, we had some growing pains in the beginning, as expected, right? But we've worked with our partners to help smooth things out. And there's some time that it takes for the messaging to kind of mature and get out there, right? So the messaging that we like to tell people is, of course, you can walk in if you don't make an appointment. If you're due for your dose 2 or you're eligible, make sure you're eligible, and then you can come walk in. The message that we're trying to really make clear is that it doesn't really do much good to come and line up at 8 in the morning, 9 in the morning, and really crowd our opening gate, which is at 1 p.m. It just leads to longer waiting times. So if you're not able to book your appointment online and you want to walk in, we encourage folks to do so at some point in the afternoon, go around Manila, see the sights, and come visit us later in the day. As we see later afternoon, early evening, there's no line, and people just come right through without waiting at all. So that's our encouragement to our walk-ins. Another thing, Chris, that helped us get a little bit more efficient, of course, is our partners. We couldn't do it without them. Public health is there. DPW is even there for accessibility. University of Guam has helped us in so many ways. It wouldn't be possible without them. The Global Learning and Engagement Office. We have AmeriCorps volunteers there. Chris, we even have off-duty nurses coming from the hospitals, both GMH and GRMC, to just come shoot on their time off or their days off. So we have to thank our partners as well for all the help in doing this.
What about quarantine?
Yeah, we're still there too. The quarantine facility is still operating, again, in support of public health down at the Dusit Beach Resort and the Dusit Tani.
Is the PCOR 3 declaration affecting the Guard's operations, not necessarily in terms of COVID response, but in terms of what you have and haven't been able to do because of the various protocols and EOs that have come out?
Well, I'll tell you one thing, that this PCOR 3, I heard the governor is looking at changing it. One thing that it's having us do is reassessing where our forces are put and how we're using our forces. So you might know that the Guard is there in case we're needed for emergency, which is pretty much what defined the whole past year for us. We're intended to kind of hold things down until the civil authorities who we support can kind of get it back on their own. Now that we're looking at PCOR 3, now that there's a lot more vaccines going in arms, General Agagi is taking a look at, hey, do we need everyone to be on? Are we being good stewards of federal funds? Do these employees at the hotels need their jobs back? Can we start, kind of withdrawing safely in coordination with our partners the right way to draw down and get back to our readiness? Prioritize this vaccine clinic, which is our main effort, and make those kinds of changes. So yes, that is what we're looking at right now.
That was interesting what you said about hotel workers returning to the job. How is that just something that was kind of mentioned, or is that an active conversation?
That's something that we've been aware of since day one. So going back to the Guard being a support role temporarily in case of an emergency, we never want to replace all the people who are supposed to be doing what they're doing. We want to be able to come in and help as long as it's needed and then get back out, because we do have some other stuff to do, right? We're not in the business of employing people. We don't want to replace anyone's job. We just want to stay as long as we're needed. And then if it's not critical or essential anymore, we want to get out. So when we talk about the folks, say down in the hotel industry, who could be bringing food or who could be helping, say, move luggage and things like that, if it's not considered critical for us to be there, that's what we're evaluating right now.
I had to ask you here about, we talked about it the other day, with those letters that were coming out. I'm sure you're familiar with these, a lot of these anonymous letters that had come out, and then there was letters that were clapping back at the anonymous letters. And anyway, so I had got a tip, Mark, that there were some high-level changes in personnel because of an investigation. Are you able to confirm or give us any info at all about I'm trying to find that now. And I know there's probably some personnel issues at stake here, but I just want, so anyway, there was a tip that we had got. So the Guard is going through some long-awaited changes. Diaz, Gacono, and Pantone have been fired as a result of the big investigation into actions over the past 2 years. I guess if you want to just unpack that in any way that you can, or you're able to.
I can, Chris. Yeah, thanks. It's a little unfortunate, that we would have to stop and talk about this because there's so much work to be done. No one got fired. I'll say that up front. Nobody got fired. And I'll tell you what's unfortunate about it is some of these folks are going through some personal things, right? State Sergeant Major Diaz is suffering and grieving the loss of her mother. And as the sole caretaker, she has some things that she needs to do. We have an acting State Sergeant Major right now, who is Sergeant Major Celso Leone, who's doing a bang-up job. But it's unfortunate that we'd have to drag these people's personal affairs out like this and say that they got fired when that's not the case. The same with Colonel Giacono. his father-in-law sustained some falls and he had to go be there for his family. So yes, there are changes in leadership that we're seeing, but to say that they were fired is a little bit bad taste, and it's unfortunate that we have to address these things, these people's personal issues. Colonel Panton is going through a normal PCS, permanent change of station. She did her tour here, and in a few more months, she'll finish her tour and go back to the National Guard Bureau where she came from. There's no firings and stuff like that. We just prefer to focus on the task at hand, which is liberating Guam, helping get the vaccines in arms and doing our job. Really, rumors are rumors, I got it, but the Game of Thrones has nothing to do with our job. So we're going to focus on what we have to do.
Thank you, Mark. And I'm sure you understand that I'm in a position where we get a tip, we got to ask about it. So,
no, I got it, Chris. Yeah. Like I'll tell you every time too. Transparency is transparency.
Right on.
There's nothing to hide from. Just, telling the truth, the story tells itself, and it's fine, Chris. We're always here to answer your questions and be transparent.
Let me just ask you this, though, because I know that we had seen a letter from the Guard Bureau, and I can't recall if it was regarding any type of investigation, but I know there were certain things that were being looked into. Have those been resolved, or is that still ongoing?
With regard to which one, Chris? Sorry.
I believe there was something about the state promotion, and there was a letter from General Lengyel sent to the local guard.
I'm not tracking that one, Chris. Okay. I can ask around, but I'm not hearing anything about. So Lengyel is no longer the National Guard Bureau. He's been replaced already. So that might be some old news. But
so you can just say unequivocally that there currently is no investigation by the National Guard Bureau into the local guard units or its leadership.
I can't say that, no. So I'll tell you, Chris, if I was to go find some investigating officer, I can't hair in my mask. If I was to go find some inspector general and ask them what's the details of all our investigations, Chris, they tell me to go kick rocks too, because I don't have a need to know or interfere with their ongoing stuff. I don't have access to those things like most of the rest of us do.
Thanks, Mark. Ray? Oh.
How's the vaccination clinics going?
Yeah, we touched on it a little. It's gone so far so good. Really, Bria, it boils down to, thanking the community for coming out and their support and their patience. Thanks to people like you for helping us get out the good word. And thanks to our partners down there at UOG. So helpful, Public Health, UOG, AmeriCorps, Serve Guam. It's going smooth. Aside from, I'm going to take the opportunity to say it again, aside from the longest lines of the day, which are at our 1 o'clock opening, if folks want to avoid those long lines, please come later in the day, afternoon, or we're open till 7 p.m. So that'll help you avoid some of the longer lines of the day. And other than that, it's continue mission, carry on, drive on.
What about vaccinations of the Guards members?
What about them?
Do you have any numbers, like how many have been vaccinated fully so far?
Yeah. Oh boy, I had that from drill, and I'm gonna have to go scroll back. I get a million chats a day.
Okay.
Would you mind if I message that to you after this?
No problem. No
I
problem.
did get that. Yeah. But we have, it's the same as before, Bree. We have our supply come through independently from the allocation for the people. We have our supply come through the DoD side that's intended for military folks only. So even though I wasn't able to provide you a number right now, I think it's important to say that, yes, we do have our allotment, and it doesn't come from the people's batch.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you guys too. And I say, Joe, sir, I saw you there at the clinic yesterday. Feel free to give us a plug, and I hope to hear from your experience and learn how we can do things better.
He's giving a thumbs up right now. Right on. Okay.
He was in here doing his exercises. He's good.
Yeah, he's fine. He's doing his morning squats, so.
Yeah. Him and Jason do their daily morning squats on the side, which nobody gets to see. We should shoot video.
We need to do a squat cam.
I think you should lead with that segment tomorrow morning.
They make it look easy. All right. Hey, Mark, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys too. Take care. Stay safe.
Okay, right on. 9:42. Let's keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room, shall we? On the link. Coming up, we got Lacia Casil to talk a little bit about Equality Guam. There is an event that's happening, I want to say, this weekend.
Yes, tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. I told you it's this weekend, tomorrow. 9:42. We'll go into the Zoom room now where we're going to get Public Health PIO, Janella Carrera. Thanks so much for joining us, Janella.
Hi. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Bree. Thanks for having me on.
I guess we wanted to kind of start with village-based vaccine clinics, homebound efforts, and drive-through testing results. So if you could just want to go down the line on those.
Sure. Yeah. First, I just want to, I know you guys just had Captain Mark Scott on talking about the UOG Fieldhouse operations with vaccination clinics. And so I just want to extend my gratitude to the Guam National Guard for assisting us. That's a pretty large operation. So, and they're doing a great job with that. But also, we continue to have our village-based vaccination as well. We kind of call it our mini pod because we go out to the villages and we offer vaccinations there. About 100 vaccines or doses that we offer to the villages. So today we're in the village of Agate, and the next week, Monday, we'll be in Santa Rita, Tuesday in Jonya, and then next week, Friday, we'll be in Barrigada. We ask that those who are seeking a dose, first dose, or second dose, that they get registered with their village mayors. That way we can prioritize, of course, those who are registered, but we do accept walk-ins as well. Also, we are also continuing our homebound vaccination efforts in those same villages. So if we're having a village-based vaccination clinic in Agate on Monday, then we also have a homebound team that will be going out to that same village in Agate, and they'll be vaccinating those who are homebound as well in Agate. And then same goes in Santa Rita, we'll be doing a mini vaccination clinic in Santa Rita, and then we'll have a team that will be doing homebound vaccination in Santa Rita, and then Jonya and Barrigada. So we kind of mirror the village to the homebound vaccination. That way we kind of just have one team doing one village and then another team doing that same village. And it's kind of all together in one village. So far, all combined with our vaccination, homebound vaccination and our village-based vaccination, we've done about 810 people so far since we started this combined effort. So we're really, very proud of our efforts so far, and we're going to continue to do this. And then as far as yesterday, when we did our drive-through testing in Jonya, we did 126 swabs or samples collected. And of that, 125 were negative, and we had one positive case.
Wow. I wanted to ask Janella, because we had Dr. Ann on earlier, and she talked about issues with the vaccine supply chain. And so I was able to ask a few sources, and they were saying, I don't want to blindside you here, but are there any issues with public health being short over 800 doses for Moderna, shot number 2 for February? Is that kind of what's happening with the supply chain? Are you able to say?
I'm not too familiar with what our inventory is looking like, but I do know that when, the vaccine committee met, and there is discussion that they want to prioritize those who are due for dose 2. The good news is our supply for the month of March is increasing. And in fact, we were allocated an increase for the month of February, but we will be receiving it in the month of March. But as far as our inventory for the month of February, I'm not too familiar with what we're looking at, but I do know that we do want to prioritize those who are due for dose 2. And so that is what we are doing. But again, we have a schedule for those in the homebound and also for those in the village-based vaccination, we are sticking with that. So we have Agate, Santa Rita, Jonia, Barrigada, 100 doses allocated for each day, and we're going to continue with that. We have, of course, at the UOG vaccination clinic, doses that are allocated for those clinics. We are going to stick with that. So it's not like, at this point, we're reducing any of the allocations. But at this point, I'm not too sure what the inventory is looking like.
Well, it kind of sounds like you guys just juggle what you do have and prioritize who needs it first, right? So, for example, the second shot people.
Right. So if you are due for your second dose, we are going to ensure that those who are due for dose 2 will be prioritized.
I know that you guys kind of have the community drive-through testing. It seems like on a weekly basis. Will there be one next week?
That is a goal. We are trying to do at least once a week, and so far we've been pretty. We've been meeting our goal in doing that. So we're gonna meet again and discuss plans for another drive-through testing for next week. We need to identify a location. The village of Jonia, the mayor was asking for one in his village, so we obliged. We did one in Jonia. So now we want to look at what area or what village we'll have one next week. So hopefully we will make that announcement pretty soon. We want to try to make the announcement as early as possible to give residents time to prepare and be aware of where that location is going to be. Something we did a little differently this time around this week was we actually passed out some flyers in the village where the testing was going to occur. And I think that actually helped to increase some awareness. So yesterday we had a really good turnout. We never saw the line stop. There were cars flowing at every minute. I was in a position yesterday where I could see my line of sight. I could see the cars coming in, and not once did I ever see there not a car driving in. So we were very happy with the turnout yesterday. And I think we're going to continue that type of effort where we'll pass out flyers in the village where we're going to be at. And hopefully that will continue to raise awareness about our community testing efforts.
Right. And it goes hand in hand with, I guess, the effort to, continue to contain COVID. Just because the vaccine is here, right? We all still need to be vigilant in everything that we do.
Definitely.
So thanks and kudos to public health.
Amen.
Really.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Janella, for coming on.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Take
Always,
care.
Yeah. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Okay. 9:49. This is the link. We're gonna first let's do Burger King. Thank you, Burger King. I want to thank Rudy Rodolfo because we've been dropping some very subtle hints here on the show.
Is that how we're saying it?
Yeah,
Subtle?
very subtle. We've been dropping very
Remember,
subtle hints about
Easter should be a time of humility too.
Right, yeah. We've been very subtle about this BK Big Fish and the Impossible Whopper, which is flipping Lent on its head.
You can have a Whopper for Lent, you guys.
It's impossible, but it's
totally
possible.
Cool.
Yeah, it's total. It's
because the Impossible Whopper is plant-based.
It reminds me of that. What manner of sorcery is this? A Whopper on a fishy Friday during Lent? I've seen everything. Yeah. So thank you, Rudy, and the gang over at Burger King, as we've now got a nice supply of BK Big Fishes. Impossible Whoppers.
There's one of those for each of us.
They even threw in some tater tots.
Shotgun.
Jason.
Yes.
He's got his PhD in tater tots.
Mm-hmm.
Some lemonade. So, guys, you get any of these at all the BK locations, Micro Mall. Hagåtña and the airport. Again, it's the BK Big Fish and the Impossible Whopper.
I'm just amazed we can actually now say you can have a Whopper during Lent.
Right.
And it's the Impossible. You don't have to go to church and say, "Forgive me, Father, for I had a Whopper during Lent."
You know, it'd be a cool
And for breakfast.
And for breakfast too. Yeah, it'd be cool if they did a commercial with like a priest, and it's like Friday, and then it shows the priest like looking at the Whopper, and then he starts eating, and then the other priest is like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And he's like, "No, it's an Impossible Whopper." Trademark Chris Barnett, but Burger King, you can have that one for free since
It's the Impossible Whopper. Bless you, my son.
Bless you. That's a duty week. It's 9:52. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with Lacia Casillo to talk about Equality Guam next on The Link.
Banners, posters. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
This is the new way to dine in. Choose a restaurant, make your order, get your food delivered fast, safe, and reliably. Make the dash to Uno Go. uno-go.com.
On the first Friday of Lent, Jason Salas here. Chris and Brie are already diving into the Impossible Whoppers and the fish sandwiches. Guys, can I at least get one bite, please? Thank you again to our friends at Burger King for hooking us up for us. We have a very dear friend of ours in the KUM News Zoom room now, so let's bring her on right now, Lacia Casillo with Equality Guam. I want to say, Lacia, that is probably the best virtual background that we have seen, certainly this year. That's very, very nice.
Half a day. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Sabrina, Chris, for having me on Half a Day Guam.
You fit perfectly in the Guam seal.
Equality Guam and Guam Pride.
There you go. You fit perfectly in the Guam seal. Yeah.
Yeah, there.
Oh, that's nice. That's very, very nice. So Equality Guam has a big meeting coming up with a very heavy hitter as your public speaker and everything. Can you tell us all about that?
We have a few heavy hitters. Yes, tomorrow, Equality Guam, we're having our first general members meeting. So anyone can join us on our Facebook page, Equality Guam, or if you go to the Facebook page, there's our Zoom link. It'll be our first meeting. We had planned on launching this last year at the end of March, but as you know, COVID hit, so we had to postpone it a bit. But with this new administration, there's a lot of things going on for the LGBTQ community, and we want to, reach out to our local community here. And we're starting it off tomorrow. We've got some great advocates for our community zooming in from the States. We have Leslie Herod, who's the first African-American gay woman to be elected to the Colorado legislature. And she has ties to Guam. Her father's from Guam. Her stepfather's from Guam.
Oh, very nice.
She's a powerhouse. I had the opportunity to meet with her in New York and also to visit her in Denver. She's an amazing woman. We have Pennsylvania State Representative Brian Sims, who just is also throwing his hat in to run for Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania. We also have Ruben Gonzalez, who's the executive director of the LGBTQ Victory Institute. And that organization supports individuals from our community who are running for office. They sponsored our lieutenant governor when he was running for office. And as you know, we have the first openly gay lieutenant governor in the United States here, Joshua Tenorio. They sponsored me when I ran for the Senate a couple years ago. And then we also have a couple of from the Human Rights Campaign, James Servino, who's from Guam, and legal director Sarah Rebo, who will be talking about what the Biden administration is doing for the LGBTQ community. And then we just got news that Mr. Reggie Greer from the Biden administration will be joining us. And he has a very, very important role in this new administration. He's the director of priority placement and the senior advisor on LGBTQ engagement at the White House. So yeah, we have a whole slew of panelists that are supporters. They're women for LGBTQ rights, women's rights, people of color. And we're lucky to have them speaking with us tomorrow during the launch of our organization.
That is a wonderful lineup. And Lesia, let me ask you now, because I mean, the LGBT community on Guam has always been advocates of inclusion and of equality, obviously, and for love, and it's always been that way. But you've also been stewards of service, with COVID basically taking away a lot of what we know as freedoms and our ability to go out and interact and everything like that. What are you seeing this year as if things hopefully trend as the way they are and everything like that, maybe getting back into the community within reason and, you know, continuing to do community service and educational initiatives?
Right. Well, you know, one of the missions of Equality Guam is to reach out to the youth and support our schools. There are several schools that have LGBTQ organizations with them, and we want to connect them with the resources that they need to grow and thrive and survive. You know, whether it's connecting them with role models in our community, leaders, or helping them to find funds for T-shirts they need or equipment. We want to be here to connect the dots and make sure that they have positive role models here in our community, that we're working on passing legislation that will protect them and support them and make them feel welcome in our community.
Well, thanks for bringing up, you know, the youth movement, because I've often wondered, you know, how many members does Equality Guam have right now, like in good standing? And then of those, how many are young people?
Well, tomorrow will be our first meeting. So we will be electing our board, and
so roll call is going to be very substantial.
Yeah.
We now know the numbers.
Yes, so it's open to anyone that wants to attend, and you will automatically become a founding member. You know, if you attend the meeting tomorrow. But Equality Guam has been incorporated by myself, attorneys Todd Thompson and Mitch Thompson, and with the leadership of our Lieutenant Governor. We also have former Senator and Judge and OPA Auditor BJ Cruz, and Dr. Melissa Titano from UOG. As kind of our foundation, and we're reaching out to anyone that wants to join. Over the next couple months, we're hoping to recruit more people. We need some people from our legislature, from our schools. You know, there are definitely people out there from our hotel industry, our tourism industry, our service industries. They're all welcome to join. And we're going to be doing a very strong outreach.
And lastly, because the name of your organization is literally Equality Guam, do people that would like to participate or sit in on the meetings, you know, share their voice or their ideas, do they have to, you know, be members of the LGBT community?
Oh, absolutely not. You know, we're open to allies, to family members of LGBTQ members of our community, and you know, we're open, and we believe in equality for all, for
because
women,
that is the point. Yeah.
There's so many intersections. Yes, right. Absolutely. We're not exclusive.
And I just want to say that there was something really important that was introduced today, just a few hours ago, from Congressman David Cicilline, I believe, from Rhode Island, and that's the Equality Act, which President Biden said he would introduce within the first 100 days of his administration. And it's very important because that would ban discrimination from LGBT discrimination within employment, with education, if you're going to apply for credit, jury service, housing, public accommodations, healthcare. So that's really important, and it's kind of timely. You know that tomorrow we're having our first meeting, so it's a very happy day for us, considering the last administration banned transgender people from serving in the military. They were trying to dismiss and ban LGBT students from participating in sports. So it's a 180-degree turn, and I can't tell you how better I've been sleeping and breathing in the past month than the past 4 years. Yeah, I'm sure many people in our community.
So the optics are that there are very, very more positive days ahead, because I remember it. Gosh, Lasia, how long ago was that when we had the Love Wins campaign? Because here at KUAM we did our year-end special, and hashtag Love Wins was the #1 story of the year when same-sex marriage was formally legalized, and that was such a watershed moment for the community, and everybody in the community got behind it, and they were like, "This is the right thing to do." We support this. And what year was it? Was that
2015?
That was 15. Wow, that was 6 years ago.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that we'll be able to this year have such a big celebration as we've had with Guam Pride, due to COVID. But definitely, we're going to be having quarterly Zoom meetings where we bring other guests in from the states, leaders that can speak to our youth and talk about what's going on and the things that we can do here to protect our community from discrimination.
Absolutely. Okay. Final question, everything, because so much of what we want to do is educate all Guamanians, regardless of where you're from, where you went to school, what your political alliances are and everything like that. Would you like to make some sort of appeal to your members or anybody who's listening right now about being vaccinated or anything in general?
Please tune in tomorrow at 10 a.m. On our Facebook page, Equality Guam. The link for the Zoom meeting is also in there if you want to attend the Zoom meeting. We have a lot of interesting things that we're going to do this year. With the introduction of the Equality Act, I think that there's going to be definitely a lot of backlash. There's already senators in the states that have spoken out against it. So we have a huge fight ahead of us, and we need the support from the community. We need the love from the community. I know that here on Guam, we're very family oriented, and please just tune in tomorrow. We've got great speakers, and we hope you can join us.
All right, outstanding. So Lasia, always a pleasure to catch up with you, and we hope you're staying safe, and we know you're doing good things for the community always and everything, so we greatly appreciate what you do.
Thank you, Jason.
Yeah. And you know what? Check in very often and everything, because we want to see what you have planned in any capacity for when Pride Month rolls around.
Sure. In a couple of weeks, I'll have an update on the Hagatna restoration.
Okay. Hey, well, you've got friends here at KUAM, so just hit us up on WhatsApp and everything like that. You've basically got your own parking space here at KUAM. and we'll extend the same courtesy for Zoom. No, hey, we'll save you an Impossible Whopper too.
Right. There's some in the Zoom room right behind you, Lasia.
Well, I don't know. Chris looks like he had like 3 or 4.
I had one BK Big Fish just to test it because I want to make sure it's cherry before I go and say it's cherry. But it was very good. Very good.
All right,
Lasia, thank you.
Always good catching up with you.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
You too. See you. 10:06. Yeah, BK Big Fish. It's good. Delicious. Love it.
Is there any left for me?
There's the pickle. To me, it was tartar sauce. There's a pickle in there. The bun, it's bougie. All right. The fish is light, crispy, of course.
And that's Alaskan pollock, right? Which is good.
Yeah. That's Alaskan pollock, eh?
That's Canada.
It's around the same. Guys, we're getting a little bit behind here. Wow. Oh, man. Getting some overtime, Joe. We're going to do a couple sponsored segments before we close it out here. First, we'll start with Dave Delgado and SportsLink,
Yeah,
which
so for
is...
SportsLink, Dave is talking to our friend Jason Cunliffe with the Guam Football Association, and then he is also catching up with EJ Calvo, the head coach of Team Guam men's basketball.
Right on. So here it is, SportsLink, right here on The Link.
Dave Delgado here with Team Matau captain Jason Cunliffe. Tell us what you've been up to with the Matau and how's training been in preparation for some future competitions.
Off a day, Dave. Thanks for having me on. Man, the training with the team has been excellent. We got a new group of guys in that have moved up from the under-20s. So we got some young boys really pushing the older group. The environment's really good. Everyone's really hungry and just really, embracing the grind. We're out there 4 days a week on the field, and then we go into the gym immediately after, and then we also have gym sessions on Saturdays. So, I couldn't ask for a better start to the year in terms of the effort that the boys are really bringing to the table. And again, with Carl Dodd at the helm, really guiding us along the way, our future is very bright. We don't have matches until June, but that's not stopping us from putting in the work.
And the GFA has done a great job in keeping everybody active when it comes to the national teams and opening doors and making sure that the athletes there stay on top of their game.
Obviously with COVID, we've been able to make sure that our protocols been in place that's keeping everybody safe. Like you said, the national teams are training, so it's not just the men's, it's the women's as well, both age groups as well in terms of the U17s and the U20s. So GFA's done a good job of ensuring that we're out there and able to put the work in that we need to get the results that we need on the field.
GFA also hooking up with a company in Korea with some high-tech technology to monitor the training of the members of Matau and tracking you guys to make sure that you guys stay in peak performance.
Our technical department is very strong. Our technical director, Coach Kim, is very experienced, very highly rated coach in and of his own right, but also in terms of his relationships and the people he knows from the football world. So he was able to get us a nice deal with this Fit Together company, which obviously allows our strength and conditioning trainer, he's our head of our high performance, Coach Pavel, to monitor exactly the output that guys are having in training, which allows him to better utilize in terms of the load that we have in training on the field as well as in the gym. If there is any niggles or anything like that, it allows him to really get all the details so that he has all the information he needs.
Seeing the benefits from the younger players continuously moving up in the ranks and making it to the Matau now speaks volumes for what the GFA has put into the national team program.
After Gary White left, we had, a little bit of a lull. I think there's about 2 years there where we weren't playing any matches, and the player pathway was a little bit broken down, so to speak. So when Carl Dodd came in, he really did a great job of establishing a proper player pathway, U17s, U20s, and he's working on the U23s. So it feeds into the Matau, so that, no one's resting on their laurels. Nobody's comfortable. You always got fresh guys coming in, pushing you for your spot, making sure that you earn it every day. And like I said earlier, we've got a great group. The environment's amazing. These kids are pushing, the older guys are pushing, and everyone's enjoying the process, and that's all I could ask for as a captain is having guys come in hungry to get better, hungry to push each other. And while we compete on the field and we really, it's tough, it's physical, we're competing 100%. Guys want my spot, other guys are fighting for their spots. So that's all I could ask for. And I'm really, really excited about the future.
You're making sure it's coming full circle because as a coach, you're giving back to the kids, you're sharing your knowledge, and you're helping these young soccer players develop their game and making sure that when they do step on the pitch again for competition, that they're going to bring it every time they suit up and lace up on that soccer pitch.
It's my job to do just that, to give back, to make sure that these younger guys coming up are ready when they do get their number called, that they're not, there's no jitters, there's no doubts, they will be completely 100% ready to step on the field and compete. So, be it with coaching the U17 national team, which I'm doing now, and I've got a great group of kids under me there. I'm very excited for what they're going to be able to do and what they're going to show the world. I always say I still got a chip on my shoulder because Guam football, we got a lot to prove. And that's the exciting thing about it. You know, we haven't peaked, we haven't reached our best yet. And so to be able to go out there and work every day and help guide the younger kids, to teach them, you know, some of the things I didn't know at their age, it's exciting. It's really exciting.
How fulfilling is it for you as a coach to see the smiles on the faces of these young players, just being able to get out the house, step onto the soccer pitch and just exert some of that energy that, you know, they've been cooped up in the house, and now it's time just to get out there and get them active?
You know, obviously mental health is a big part of it, you know, and we take, you know, everything into consideration in terms of that with our kids. You know, obviously I'm a football coach, but I also, you know, we're trying to build the complete person with these kids. So, you know, while we do obviously discuss everything football, I also check in on the day-to-day aspects. How's school? How's, you know, the family life? Is there anything, you know, that you guys need help with? Any questions? But it's great. It's great. The kids come out, they work hard. Like you said, they all have huge smiles on their faces. And that's kind of the environment and the culture Carl and Coach Kim, our technical director, have been able to build and to cultivate, you know, and now we're just trying to continue to foster that and let it flourish, because, you know, when you have a group of guys who are excited to come to train and you know, not forget that the reason we play in this game is because we love it, right? At a certain point, it becomes a business. So sometimes you can lose that aspect of it, but, you know, we try to continue to remind them that, yeah, we do it because we love it. We're very fortunate to be able to represent our island. It is an honor. So every day we go out there, we make the most of it. But yeah, it's great to have the kids get out there and exercise and just make sure that they're not cooped up with all this COVID. You know, it's been a tough, you know, 14, 16 months for everyone on the island, and we're just trying to do our part to keep everyone healthy and safe.
And what can we expect from the Mattel the next time you guys do step onto the pitch?
Oh man, we're excited. We got a good group, like I said, the young guys here, the local contingency. We're working every day, and you know, obviously our coach and our technical director, they're in touch with the guys who are based abroad, and they're working just as hard. But they know, I think in years past, right, it might have been more of a, let's say 70-30 in terms of starting 11. Most of the guys starting before would be from stateside or wherever abroad. But these young guys, they're working, they're hungry, and the level has been raised, you know, times 10. The bar is very high here. And so, you know, it's not far off to say that the starting 11 will be completely all local guys. And that's credit to, again, Carl Dodd, our head coach, and our technical director, Coach Kim, because really the training we're getting is as good as anywhere else you get in the world, if not better, in terms of the technical aspect, the tactical. You know, Carl's an intelligent coach, very intelligent. I'm learning something every day, which is, as a player, you always want to get better. You always want to improve. So to have a coach like him, who's also pushing us, you know, out of our comfort zone, so we can continue to grow as a team, you know, it's amazing. But yeah, our team, we're going to hit the ground running once we are able to play in June. You know, I think we're going to really turn a lot ahead. So I'm excited about it.
Here with men's national basketball team coach EJ Calvo. Guam was set to hit the court on the 19th. Original dates, first off, was in the Philippines. Philippines last minute reached out to the GBC stating that they were unable to host the games because of travel restrictions. Bahrain stepped in, said they would host Guam and Hong Kong. Guam and Hong Kong were set to play two critical games in their pool. Bahrain unable to host Guam and Hong Kong. Where does that leave the national team now?
Yeah, so by next week, we should get word on whether the Philippines will be back online with their bubble being formed for us to play back in the Philippines. If that doesn't push through, then we're back to the drawing board trying to work with our competitors, actually Hong Kong, Australia, and New Zealand in our group, to all come to an agreement about where we can play our qualification games in a safe manner, in a timely manner. And once we have everyone comfortable, yeah, we hope we can get these competitions done. We hope we can get the result we want, so that we can advance to the big tournament in August. And it's just in terms of not knowing exactly where we're going to be competing in these FIBA qualifiers.
What's the mood like with the team? The guys just on standby, waiting to get the call to say, hey, we're all in now, let's get to it.
Yeah, there's a lot of frustration, of course, just working hard, getting ready to play, and then not knowing when you're going to compete. But at the same time, it gives players a chance to continue improving, healing from any injuries they might have, and just making the most of every day as it leads up to competition. So we hope that in the next week we have a new date that we can focus on, and then we can build a training program up to that date, and hopefully make travel arrangements and get the same commitment that we have received from players for the previous travel plans with their other commitments, right? And give time to Team Guam.
And of course, it's always about the roster. Any shakeup within the roster with guys originally not able to make the trip, now able to get on board if everything's a go in another week or so?
That's a possibility. I guess both ways. There may be players becoming available depending on the new dates. But at the same time, we have a couple players that are committed to their other clubs or their other jobs that might not be available depending on the date. So I'm hoping the dates for competition are soon. The sooner the better, because not only have we been training hard, but it seems like we have the commitment of a pretty strong roster to take care of business. So it's this pandemic, basically took hold, and we hope to get past it and accomplish our goal.
Link, you catch that every Friday right here on the Link. And last segment, guys, One Micronesia podcast. Yes, with our very own Victorious Falan. A special episode of One Mic this week, interviewing Kathy Martin about Guam Regional Medical City's Heartbeat Project. This is the integrated vaccination outreach that we also interviewed Teresa Philippin on this morning. Again, this is a sneak peek of the One Micronesia podcast, brought to you by Taco Bell. Dong!
The One Micronesia update is presented by Taco Bell. Live Mas.
Hafa guys, and we're back with another episode of the One Micronesia podcast. This week, it's all about vaccination. Yes. So before I get to our podcast and introducing our guest, let's watch this video from the FSM Consulate Office, who teamed up with GRMC to put out this amazing video. Check it out.
Hi, I'm Teresa Philippin. I'm the FSM Consul General to Guam, and I just got my first shot of the Moderna vaccine for COVID-19 today. Along with me are members of my staff and some of our FSM leaders that are here on Guam.
My name is Balik Noah Kayaweli. I'm a member of the FSM Congress, and I'm a chairman of Committee on External Affairs. I'm very happy that I'm taking the vaccine today. I'm grateful for the arrangement from the hospital and all those people that are involved in making sure that we get the vaccine today.
I'm Florencio Sincor Harper. I am a member of the FSM Congress. I am the floor leader of the FSM Congress. I was informed by our consulate office that there is this shot given to FSM citizens.
Kaselelia, my name is Rosa Walbacher, and I work for Pacific Islands Development Bank. I just took the vaccine and I'm feeling good about it.
Shame nagkayan ma ore course nagkay COVID-19 na ne ore kuya kaminta papaki kusrekom na si kaya siya ulon. Salamat.
Tontuk also matalangay ewa posun vaccine pwede sakit lefiyong ni ewa coronavirus.
Kom kachla yang ale token sila sin wet when ready so more coronavirus.
Navay vegavagavay a community rovad. Ravat megit nagirikri may ngebu chompar na coronavirus. Maniyan ngin feka vaccine. Siro kadambargad mabnanang iflant ngodat.
This message is brought to you by the KUAM Care Force.
Wow, such a beautiful video. Big thank you to the FSM Concert Office, the FSM Association GRMC for that video, at the same time kicking off the vaccination drive. Now here with me to talk about that and her experience, here is Kathy Martin.
Thank you, Victorious. I'm from Duke. I'm here currently working at the University of Guam at the School of Health. And our program is Guam Micronesia Workforce Enhancement Program.
I wanted to ask you, since you were out there with the community a lot, what were some of the most frequently asked questions from our community?
Sure. There are questions like, what are the side effects of this vaccine? Is it good? What's so good about it? How safe is the vaccine? Mostly that question, what are the side effects of the vaccine? And we want to emphasize on that because we want people to be aware when they get the vaccine. And they need to understand when they get the side effect like sore arm, maybe feverish, have headache and fatigue or tired. So we want them to know those side effects so they don't say, oh my gosh, the vaccine making me sick. But in a way, they also need to know what to do. If it's getting worse, they have to go to the hospital.
And you are one of the folks that have received the vaccination, from what I heard. Is that correct?
That's correct. I got the vaccine almost 3 weeks. So it's closer to my second dose. And when I got the vaccine, I felt the sore arm, but I'll probably say that I'm one of the lucky ones that I did not get really sick. and of course, there is that 95% that would not feel the symptoms or the side effects of the vaccine. And I would say that I'm happy and I'm glad that I got the vaccine because I'm not only protecting myself, but I'm protecting the community that I work with. And of course, I have elderly relatives that, like my father, is 60 and he's more than 60 years old. And I have aunties and uncles that I come to them all the time. So I want to also protect them from getting the vaccine. And I'm encouraging them to also get the vaccine because it will help them in the long run. And it will also reduce virus to come to them. And I want them to be here with me. And of course, as I got the vaccine, I'm not getting any side effects or didn't get sick from it. I feel that it's very, very important that we encourage our people to get the vaccine.
Don't forget to catch the full podcast tonight on KOAM TV 8 at 6:30, and then tomorrow, Saturday, on the KOAM News Facebook Live. Until then, my name is Victorious. You guys have an awesome and safe one. Peace!
The One Micronesia Update is presented by Taco Bell. Live Mas.
Victorious Falon with the One Micronesia podcast sneak peek. We do that every Friday here on the link. All right, 10:25. Wow, sir, 25 minutes of overtime. Right on. My name is Chris. For Sabrina, Jason Salas, thank you guys. Facebook Live feed, thank you guys. Teresa Ariola had a great interview. It'll be up on our YouTube. Just all about the treatment, the recovery part of this crystal meth pandemic equation. So you can check that out. Also, Dr. Ann Pobutsky, state epidemiologist, said, hey, it ain't over. PCOR 3, PCOR whatever, there's still the risk out there. So do all your things you guys been doing. Wash the hands, wear the masks, watch the distance, all that stuff. It should be natural by now. It is, right? It's pretty natural. But have you had that moment where you get down somewhere and you forget your mask? Yeah, I had that. We went out to dinner last week, and like a little fancy, like get dressed up, nice kind of dinner. And so anyway, I parked at the Hyatt. We're walking through the parking garage. Got all the way. I parked on the far side. Got all the way to the steps, and then we're like, "Oh, damn! We forgot our masks." Which I felt, I was wondering why I felt the wind on my nostrils. It's not a feeling that you get a lot during this pandemic. And so other than those little couple times where you kind of brain fart, right, and get down at the store like, oh, my God, I forgot my mask. And then I'm the guy who's always like, stay home, wear your mask, right? So I have like a standard that I got to set, or I feel I got to set. Anyway, so thanks, guys. And there's a press conference at 2 p.m. The governor has come out after 2 months. Last press conference was 2 months ago. Then the one before that was 2 months before that. So we don't get our mugga that much out here, guys. So she's coming out. What's going to happen? They're going to declare PCOR 3, which again was kind of like the talk we had with Dr. Ann. We declared PCOR 3 last year, and then it led to the second surge, which we just finally kind of recovered from. So just be safe, okay? It's 10:28. My name's Chris, brought to you by Cabo Enterprises, ITN and Carrier. This has been the February 19th episode of The Link. I'm going to leave you with this one from my friends in 56 Hope. It's a great cut. And your go-to jam is coming up right here on The Link. Again, my name is Chris. Have a great and blessed weekend. Happy birthday, Cali Joe. Está adios. Back someday. Anytime I want my half, I need it. I'll be present in a New York minute. Don't deceive me now, you know it's business.